Chapter 2432, Strangers When Meeting Again. Chapter 2432, Strangers When Meeting Again. Yi Yuan's small world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Black energy metamorphosed. The sun and moon, as well as the constellations, began to gradually take shape. On the earth, mountains and lakes were also being derived from the yellow energy. The outline of a great world was currently slowly taking shape. The chaos world that was initially without the slightest life had now started to glow with vigorous vitality. At this moment, Yi Yuan truly felt the power of the world. That sort of surging world power made his strength soar in an instant. This kind of strength gave him the feeling of having everything under control. In this world, he was the absolute master, a paramount existence. This surging sense of power made him have a feeling of being able to blow everything up. Clearly, Daimeld also sensed the surge of Yi Yuan's power. Not just him, everyone present felt it. This power was too terrifying. Daimeld's complexion was ashen as he said in shock, Just what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? This sort of power increase is definitely not Deva First Blight. Judging from Yi Yuan's current aura, he was no idea how many times stronger than Deva First Blight. The gap was indeed very large between Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor and Deva First Blight. But it was absolutely not large until Yi Yuan's extent. Hence, that was why Daimeld would be so shocked. Yi Yuan's current strength was sufficient to rival Deva's Second Blight powerhouses. Coupled with Yi Yuan's terrifying law attainments, his combat power approached middle stage 9 marks powerhouses. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan's combat power was already on par with Daimeld. Now, killing him was merely a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You don't need to care about what cultivation method. Either way, what can kill you is a good cultivation method. All right, I can send you on your way now." The sword of S.P.A. C-Team lit up, a chill was revealed. Daimeld's expression changed drastically. He knew that he could not block Yi Yuan's next attack. A feeling of despair spread in his heart. In the last epoch, he fought against several Deva 4th and 5th Blight human sovereigns alone, and he could preserve his life. In this life, he originally wanted to bring the Divine Race Army to crush the human race. Who would have expected that in the end, he actually ended up with the outcome of Paris? H.I. plussing and his Tao dissipating. This result was something that he had never thought of before. In his view, the present human race, there was already no one who could kill him apart from Tao ancestors. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This level of a sovereign wanting to kill him head-on was basically impossible too. But he never thought that he would actually die in the hands of a junior. Whose? H. Plus the moment the cold light appeared, a large gap was directly torn apart in S. P. A. C. The void seemed to have been directly sliced in half. That sort of sharpness was simply irresistible. Daimeld's pupils constricted, casting shrinking earth into an inch without the slightest hesitation. But this sword contained profound power of S.P. A. C-Team. How could it be what the current him could evade? In a blink, the sword's edge already arrived. It looked as if Daimeld was about to be cut in half. But right at this critical moment, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out of the void, only to see the arrival cast a palm over. A formidable force actually collided head-on with the sword of S.P. A. C-Team. Boom. The void trembled. The two people were each repelled back. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "You finally still came." The arrival nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I have to come after all. Daimeld can't die." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I'm really not used to you talking like this." But the arrival said indifferently, "You'll get used to it in the end." There will come a day when you and I will meet on the battlefield. If you don't get used to it, you'll die." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said, "You really bear to make a move against me?" The arrival did not carry the slightest emotion as she said, "The past has been severed. There isn't any cannot bear it." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said firmly, "I'll bring you back." The arrival said coolly, "I'm still me. It's just that I'm not the me in the past. How will you bring me back?" Yi Yuan suddenly somewhat felt dispirited and waved his hand and said, "You guys leave." The arrival did not have the slightest nostalgia, turning around and bringing Daymeld away. Everyone in the unpredictable army looked at this scene with shocked faces, being uncertain of what it meant. But His Excellency already spoke up, so they naturally did not dare to stop. Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other person's eyes. They had never seen such a His Excellency before. In their impression, His Excellency had always been calm and composed. He never showed mercy to the enemy, but facing that woman who covered her face with a light gauze just now, His Excellency actually did not make a move. Furthermore, it looked like the two of them were old acquaintances. Furthermore, the feelings were not shallow. How did Lord Saint Azure know a woman from the divine race? Yi Yuan watched that figure disappear into the horizon. His body seemed incomparably lonely and melancholic. Even though a light gauze was covering her face, and she was executing a pure, heavenly Tao true martial, Yi Yuan still recognized this woman with one glance. Because she was none other than precisely, humanly, Yi Yuan did not think that he broke through at the last moment, and just as he was about to kill Daymeld, it was actually his beloved who suddenly rushed over and rescued him. He was not surprised, but he was heartbroken. That sort of indifference and resoluteness was like a knife, continuously gouging the flesh of Yi Yuan's heart. As early as when he brought Nine Origin back, Yi Yuan already knew that Lier was no longer the original Lier. She accepted the baptism of the G.O.D. statues and already became a true divine daughter. Furthermore, Lier's talent was very suitable for the divine race's cultivation method. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast and had long already reached the level of 9 marks. Judging from the strength that Yu Mengli displayed earlier, her combat power was not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan's. The speed of her improvement could be imagined. Actually, this was also something that Yi Yuan had always been worried about. Ever since he regained his memories, he had been reluctant to face this issue head-on. 90 Origin's appearance left him no choice but to think about this problem. Since 9 Origin brought Lier away, he definitely had a way to make her a divine daughter. Otherwise, what did he expend so much effort for? It was just that Yi Yuan could not think of any method that the divine race had that could wipe away the feelings between him and Yu Mengli. But the moment when he brought 9 Origin back, he finally knew. The divine race's 8 lineages. Each lineage possessed a totem G.O.D. statue. These 8 G.O.D. statues were the foundation of the divine race. And these 8 G.O.D. statues were precisely those 8 that Yi Yuan saw back then at the hidden lineage. It was just that those were reproductions of the 8 lineages' progenitors, and they were not the G.O.D. statues' true bodies. Divine race members that experienced the baptism of the G.O.D. statues would be irredeemably committed to the divine race. Or should he say, this person had a strong sense of pride and belonging to the divine race, but this was not an ordinary method of control. Apart from being most loyal to the divine race, this person even retained their original emotions. Pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy. Not one was lacking. They were no different from ordinary people. Yi Yuan learned from 9 Origin that Lier was no longer that Lier before. Under his rage, Yi Yuan killed 9 Origin without hesitation. But this could not make up for the wound in his heart. All the way until he saw Lear again today, Yi Yuan's heart hurt like a knife was twisting in. Suddenly, Yi Yuan actually fell stiffly backward. Wan Zhen and the rest turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to support Yi Yuan. Chapter 2433. You are not qualified enough yet. Chapter 2433. You are not qualified enough yet. Slander. You all are slandering blatantly here. At present, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Do you all plan on casting him out now that he has served his purpose? In the great hall came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' furious roar. This hall was located on the side of Heavenspan Mountain, the Bodhidharma of Tao ancestor life. At this time, the hall was packed. Each person's aura was heaven-shocking. There was actually not a single person's strength who was lower than 5th Blight. Even the human army's commander, the Deva 5th Blight, and I Xian, was also merely seated at the back. Above the great hall, Tao ancestor life was situated in the head seat, overlooking the world, facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets roars. He just said, "Coolly, Profound Secrets, you calm down first," letting Daymeld go under the watchful gazes of everyone. This matter, Yi Yuan got to give everyone an explanation, right? Profound Secrets sneered and said, "Give an explanation? What explanation do you want? Did you forget who this world was captured by? When Yi Yuan escaped death by a hair's breadth on the battlefield, where were you all, these Tao ancestors? When Yi Yuan's beloved was abducted by the divine race, where were you all? Now, you all are finding Yi Yuan to ask for an explanation? What a joke!" The current Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was without the slightest demeanor of an expert, already furious to the extreme. After you Mengli took Daymeld away, the Doomsday battle finally came to a conclusion. This battle ended with the complete victory of the coalition forces. The divine race no longer had the strength to fight. What remained was the life and death duel between the experts of the two races. And right at this time, the situation on the human race's side changed drastically. Tao ancestor life suddenly launched an attack by using the incident of Yi Yuan letting Daymeld off as the reason and demanded Yi Yuan to be relieved of all duties. And they stripped Yi Yuan of the Ti of Saint Azure on the charge of colluding with the enemy. This farce today gathered the upper echelons of the Heavenspan world's various races to discuss it at this time. Dismissing Yi Yuan from his post was very easy, but stripping Yi Yuan of the Ti of Saint Azure, the implications of this was too big and needed the recognition of all races before it could be said. The Ti of Azure and Profound Two Saints, illuminated through the ages. Wanting to strip this Ti, how difficult was it? But the organizer was the head of the 9 great Tao ancestors, Tao ancestor life. This was different. No matter how resounding the name of Saint Azure was, he was currently merely just a junior. But Tao ancestors were existences standing at the pinnacle-most of this world. But Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care that much. He was the son of Saint Profound, the master of the Jian family, and also one of the major powers of the Heavenspan world. Therefore, when Tao ancestor life raised this matter, he was the first to come forward and object to it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was very agitated, but Tao ancestor life was very calm as he said smilingly, "Ho-ho! How much effect can the divine race's ordinary clansmen have on the Doomsday battle? You say that his contributions are unparalleled. Isn't it overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm? Even if the divine race army completely occupies the Heavenspan world, what does it matter to existences of our level?" He was indeed unparalleled and domineering when he said this. But what he said was also the truth. Ordinary divine race armies were simply ant-like existences to them. These Tao ancestors. No matter how many, it was useless too. His light and fluttering sentence erased all of Yi Yuan's contributions. Yeah, if not for the three of us severely wounding Tian Qing at the risk of death, how can there be S.P.A.C. for Yi Yuan to showcase himself? Of course, the three of us have long already become indifferent to fame and gain, and disdain to fight over it with a junior. That's all. But he actually colluded with the divine race and let a formidable enemy go. We can't turn a blind eye to it anymore. Ancestor Fire with crimson-colored hair said in a deep voice. What Ancestor Fire said is right. To really talk about contributions, the three of us matched Tian Qing in strength. That's the real great achievement. But did we say anything until now? To talk about Yi Yuan, this boy, his talent is exceedingly high. If he really goes to seek refuge with the divine race for a woman, that will be a truly mortal calamity to our human race. Ancestor Water also said, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could not help being shocked when he heard. He did not expect that the few great Tao ancestors actually already unified their statements. The 9 great Tao ancestors had always been disagreeable. For countless years, they disputed unceasingly for their own interests. He did not expect that at this time. They actually joined hands to deal with a junior. The consequences of this matter were even more serious than Profound Secrets imagined. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart sunk to rock bottom. Looks like Tao Ancestor Life came prepared. What in the world happened in between this that made Tao Ancestor Life rather abandon Yi Yuan this final hope than be willing to rely on him? Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Tao Ancestor Life making a move this time was not just to abolish Yi Yuan's contributions, but also to strip him of the Tlea of Saint Azure. Azure and profound dual saints illuminated through the ages. The present human race's prosperity was all single-handedly forged by Yi Yuan and his father. Colluding with the enemy? Ho-ho, how ridiculous! Others might not know, but Tao Ancestor Life was already a top major power in the last epoch. He was just a step away from being a grand ancestor. Could he not know about this? Profound Secrets felt that there must still be something that he did not know involved. What in the world was Tao Ancestor Life afraid of? I also feel that the few Tao ancestors make sense. Yi Yuan's contributions, none of us deny it. But colluding with the enemy, this matter, the consequences are truly too serious. We can't sit idly and remain indifferent. A 5th Blight progenitor also concurred. I agree. I agree too. There were actually more than half of the progenitors present who agreed with Tao Ancestor Life's suggestion. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was rendered dumbfounded with his mouth agape when he heard it. Tao Ancestor Life had clearly already channeled for a long time for this today. If the vast majority of the progenitor powerhouses unified their statements, coupled with the name of the 9 great Tao ancestors, stripping the Tlea of Saint Azure was virtually something that was a certainty. What deep scheming! How could Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets not know the trickery behind this? Tao Ancestor Life definitely secretly made arrangements for a long time for this today. Perhaps he gave these progenitors tremendous benefits. Otherwise, with these old things' shrewdness, how could they stand on Tao Ancestor Life's side so decisively? All of a sudden, Profound Secrets felt that it was a little scary. When he and Yi Yuan were bustling about and risking their lives for the human race and the myriad race's future, these Tao ancestors were actually scheming like this behind their backs. This really made people feel chills. No idea what Yi Yuan would think when he heard this news. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets felt that his chest was about to explode. The era was really different. During the last epoch, how could such a thing possibly happen? On their side, it was the stronger the better. But now, her. I object. Lin Chaotian, you're in the first batch of geniuses who entered the heavenly hidden world. It can be said that it was Lord Saint Azure who single-handedly trained you to your current position. But now, you want to join hands with others to strip the Tea of Saint Azure. Do you want face or not? Also, Lord Saint Azure founded an eternally fleuries. Plussing age. Even if you're revered as a Tao ancestor now, what right do you have to strip away the Tea of Saint Azure? You're not qualified enough yet. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with decisiveness that could chop iron. He knew that these words were feeble, but he had to fight for it. Azure and Profound Dual Saints were an integral whole. Yi Yuan's actions back then, he took it into his sights. He could not let the Tea of Saint Azure be sullied by someone. Chapter 2434. Magnanimously Keeping the Appointment. Chapter 2434. Magnanimously Keeping the Appointment. Yes, I'm not qualified enough. Tao Ancestor Life was indifferent, but he changed the topic and said, but times have changed. His most beloved woman is now the divine daughter of the divine race. Furthermore, her talent is Astoni's. Plussing. How can you guarantee that he's still loyal and devoted to the human race? Perhaps him letting Daymeld go was the precursor to betraying the human race? You also know that his talent is amazing, but it's precisely so that once he defects to the enemy, he'll be an even greater threat to the human race. No? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled coldly and said, if you are out to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. You're trumping up a charge here. Just based on this, you want to ruin Saint Azure? This emperor tells you, unless you pull my Jian family up from the roots. Otherwise, don't think about it. Tao Ancestor Life fell silent. Profound Secrets' reaction was within his expectations. Azure and Profound Dual Saints were of the same breath and branch. He came from the previous epoch and personally saw before Azure and Profound Dual Saints' valiant and heroic deeds. So how could he not know? But Yi Yuan must die. However, killing Yi Yuan was not that easy of a matter. The name of Saint Azure was too resounding. He founded the human race's unprecedented prosperity. Now, he also established great achievements in battle. This kind of valiant and heroic feat, one false move, and he might lose the game. It was correct that he was a Tao ancestor, but he could not possibly become enemies with the entire world, let alone that the divine race still had a terrifying Tianqing. All right, since that's the case, this ancestor has an idea. Invite Yi Yuan over to challenge him face to face. What do you think, Profound Secrets? Tao Ancestor Life said faintly. Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, a foreboding feeling arising in his heart. This guy wanted to make Yi Yuan walk right into a trap. The moment Yi Yuan came, he would probably never be able to go back anymore. Seeing Profound Secrets not speak, Tao Ancestor Life said with a faint smile, why? Don't even have the courage to be confronted face to face. Or is it that he really already defected to the enemy, toward the myriad races in the world, trillions of life forms? Shouldn't he give the world an explanation? Profound Secrets clenched his jaws tightly, being cornered by Tao Ancestor Life until he could not speak. Lin Chaotian was giving him a huge problem. Come, Yi Yuan would never return. Not coming, Yi Yuan's name of betrayal would be confirmed. Fine, I'll go and invite him personally. Profound Secrets said in a deep voice. Tao Ancestor Life suddenly launching an attack immediately caused an uproar in the Heavenspan world. After the great battle, the name of Saint Azure was currently like the noonday sun. Furthermore, with the Pa-S Sage of Time, the matter of Yi Yuan founding an eternally fleuries. H.I. Plussing age was also revealed. Very soon, Saint Azure became a G-O-D-like figure. This kind of feat was simply incomparable. But no one could have expected that Tao Ancestor Life actually made a move against Saint Azure at this time. You guys guess, will Lord Saint Azure keep the appointment or not? Keep the appointment? Isn't this seeking death? Very clearly, Lord Saint Azure is already highly meritorious now that it threatens the Master. Tao Ancestor Life can't tolerate him anymore. You can't say that. Concerning Saint Azure letting Daymeld go, this matter was a fact. His beloved is the divine daughter of the divine race. So who can guarantee that he won't betray the human race for a woman? Amen. Your words make sense too. Right now, Tao Ancestor Life is going to confront Lord Saint Azure face to face. Let's wait and see then. When he saw profound secrets again, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Oh, Tao Ancestor Life wants to see me? All right, then let's meet." Profound secrets could see the sadness beneath Yi Yuan's calm surface. The blow to him this time was really huge. Having understood Yi Yuan's life, Profound Secrets knew that Yi Yuan was someone who valued ties and affection immensely. But the person that he loved deeply became the divine daughter of the divine race, who could understand the suffering involved. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed to it so neatly without even thinking about it. Did you understand what I said to you just now? Lin Chaotian has schemed for a long time. He must have already made perfect preparations this time. You won't be able to come back once you go. Profound Secrets said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I don't go, wouldn't it confirm the name of defection? Furthermore, you personally came to look for me, but I defected. This is also a great irony to you and to your Jian family. The name of Saint Azure isn't important to me, but your father's name of Saint Profound. I can't allow them to sully it at all." When Profound Secrets heard that, his expression could not help changing. He only cared about Yi Yuan's safety, but did not think of this level. If Yi Yuan really escaped, it would be hard to guarantee that Lin Chaotian would not launch an attack against the Jian family. Profound Secrets frowned and said, "But do you know who Lin Chaotian is? He was in the first batch of geniuses who entered the heavenly hidden world. Back then, he was only half a step away from the realm of Grand Ancestor. In the Doomsday Battle later on, he became one of the survivors, and even became Tao Ancestor Life. After 10 billion years, even if Heavenly Tao takes back the power of rules, his strength will likely not be affected too much as well. It can be said that he's currently the human race's strongest person." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You also know that he's the strongest, then why doesn't he come to kill me? With his strength, if he wanted to kill me, he would have long killed me. He's afraid of my influence. But he only launched an attack at this time. Have you thought about why?" Profound Secrets was startled and said, "You know why he's targeting you?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't know, but I can guess a little. Logically speaking, the person that he dreads the most right now should be Tianqing. But the Doomsday Battle has yet to die down, and he's already eager to attack me. This indicates that my threat in his eyes is even greater than Tianqing's. Therefore, he'd rather kill me first than to give me the chance to grow up." Profound Secrets had a shocked look, but thinking back, it was really the case. But what was his basis to firmly believe that Yi Yuan posed an even greater threat than Tianqing? In his view, even if Yi Yuan fused time, S, P, A, C, and soared these three great laws, it was also just a 50-50 chance against Tianqing. But if it's like this, you can't go even more. Once you go, even if Lin Chaotian can't take you down, he'll definitely detain you. You can forget about seeing the light of day again in this lifetime. Profound Secrets said with a solemn expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "My mind is made up. You don't need to persuade anymore. I want to take a look at just why this Tao ancestor life wants to make a move against me." Lord Saint Azure magnanimously accepted the appointment. This matter made everyone's jaws drop. No one could have expected that Yi Yuan would really walk right into the trap. Even more people were watching the show. But the upper echelons who truly knew the inside story all knew that this was a certain death situation. No matter the result, Tao ancestor life absolutely would not let Yi Yuan leave alive. They all thought that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to come. After all, compared to his life, what did fame count for? Although the name of Saint Azure was resounding, he was after all not a true expert. Tao ancestor life, that was a supreme existence who could have a showdown with Tianqing. Is it real or fake? Everyone says that Lord Saint Azure is wise without equal, but he actually have moments when he's dumb too. In my view, this Lord Saint Azure is merely a pedantic person who values his own reputation too much. Amen from being admired by trillions of life to falling to the mortal world. This sort of thing isn't what everyone can bear. Chapter 2435. So what if I hit you? Chapter 2435. So what if I hit you? Origin Enlightened Mountain Range was the closest mountain range to Heavenspan Mountain. The spiritual energy was abundant, being virtually no less than the Heavenspan Mountain. This place was the Bodhidharma of Tao ancestor life, and also the forbidden place of all powerhouses. At this time, two figures cut through the sky, arriving at the edge of Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. Halt! Who goes there? More than a dozen figures suddenly appeared, blocking the two people's path. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Lin Lang, you don't even recognize this emperor? To actually dare stop me." This Lin Lang was a genius figure among the Lin family's descendants, a Deva Third Blight mighty expert. Lin Lang cupped his fists and said smilingly, "So, it's Lord Profound Secrets. Of course, you can enter Origin Enlightened Mountain Range." But he can't. As he said, Lin Lang pointed at Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets snorted coldly and said, "Lin Chaotian wants to see Saint Azure. Now that I brought him here, you want to block him outside the door?" The moment Lin Lang heard, he looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You're that Yi Yuan who let a formidable enemy go for a woman? Ha! He's also worthy to be called Saint Azure? In my opinion, calling him a traitor is more like it." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's gaze turned dark. How could he not know that Lin Lang was doing it on purpose? A measly little Lin Lang definitely did not dare to be so unbridled. Behind him was definitely Lin Chaotian instigating it. What did Lin Chaotian want to do? At this time, Origin Enlightened Mountain Range already became the meeting place of the entire Heavenspan world's wind and clouds. There must be countless people paying attention to this scene. Lin Lang's words were incisive. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Lang, but turned to Profound Secrets and asked, "Who is he?" Profound Secrets said in a deep voice, "Lin Lang, Lin Chaotian's fourth-generation grandson." "Oh." Yi Yuan nodded his head lightly, indicating that he got it. Suddenly, Yi Yuan flung a slap over indifferently. This slap was too ordinary until it was like an ordinary person. But there were still several Deva second and third blight experts protecting him by his side. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, they immediately rushed up. "Impudent! This place is Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. You actually dare to attack young Master Lin Lang." A group of people swarmed up. Russ. I plussing toward Yi Yuan, while Lin Lang had a mocking expression on his face. How could such an ordinary slap land on his body? "Pa, a clear slapping sound suddenly spread out. It was clearly audible in the entire mountain range. Lin Lang was completely unprepared, his entire person directly being slapped, flying, spinning dozens of rounds in the air before stabilizing his figure. His face was burning hot, and already had an additional 5 fingerprints. The faces of those dozen over powerhouses changed wildly. They had clearly already stopped Yi Yuan. So how did Yi Yuan go over? These dozen over people were all Deva realm mighty experts. They actually did not even see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a shocked look. After Yi Yuan broke through, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan make a move. This kind of strength could simply one-shot Deva Third Blight powerhouses. The scariest thing was that even he did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Yi Yuan's application of S.P. A C-team law already reached a level that made one's hair stand on end. One had to know one blight tribulation, one firmament. The gap between Deva realm was incomparably huge. Yi Yuan just broke through to Deva realm. His strength actually already reached such a terrifying level. When he reached the pinnacle of Deva realm, how incredible would that be? At this time, he finally somewhat understood why Lin Chaotian would dread him so. Maybe after Yi Yuan grew up, Tianqing was also merely thus, right? They were really unable to imagine an existence that even Grand Ancestor S.P. A C-team was helpless against. Yi Yuan could kill him at will. You dare to hit me? Lin Lan looked at Yi Yuan, having a look of disbelief on his face. His status was even higher than Pang Zhen, this so-called unpredictable child, because he was the descendant of Dao ancestor life. Dao ancestor life was the sovereign called the #1 Dao ancestor. Now, Yi Yuan actually sent him flying with one slap in front of Origin Enlightened Mountain Range's gates. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. What bulls? H.I. plus T. Saint Azure. Lin Lang, did not care. There was only Dao ancestor life in his eyes. So what if I hit you? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said, coolly. Lin Lang had a spiteful look as he said furiously, you, a shameless person who betrayed the human race, what qualifications do you have to hit me? Pa! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan sent him flying with a slap again. This time, Lin Lang's face was swollen on both sides. 10 fingerprints were clearly visible. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if talking about something very ordinary. Sure enough, Lin Lang did not dare to speak anymore. Among the more than a dozen Deva powerhouses, each of them was dumbfounded with shock. They were here to protect Lin Lang, but now they completely became decorations. Only when he saw Lin Lang shut up did Yi Yuan slowly said, this saint's merits and demerits, isn't you? A junior's turn to come and comment. Even if Lin Chaotian is here, he'll also have to be careful when speaking to this saint. Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense here? Get lost. Lin Lang's expression changed wildly. Being yelled at to get lost in front of his own home's door. His face was really utterly lost. It was just that he did not expect that this Saint Azure was actually strong to this extent. Profound Secrets was greatly relieved of his anger and said with a sneer, Lin Lang, if you don't know how high Saint Azure's seniority is, best scram back and ask Lin Chaotian. This heaven span, world's myriad races leaders, are also several hierarchies lower when they see Lord Saint Azure. Who the H.E.L.L. are you to dare point your fingers and comment on him? At this time, in Origin Enlightened Hall, Lin Chaotian sighed slightly and said, Lin Huan, you go. Yes. Behind him, a middle-aged man who was serving by his side stepped out of the ranks and answered respectfully and went out of the hall. Only after Lin Huan left did Lin Chaotian say, "Looks like this ancestor still underestimated Saint Azure." This ancestor thought that he just broke through. So his strength is at most able to suppress Deva's second blights, and he is absolutely not a match for this many Deva third blights. But who knew that his strength is actually already able to one-shot Deva third blights? Really too terrifying. Did you all see it? Ancestor Fire also had a shocked face as he said, "Deserving of being the eternal Saint Azure, this kind of monstrous strength is really too terrifying." Ancestor Water's gaze was piercing as he said, "Brother Chaotian, do you really think that there's something that can break the shackles on him?" Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Absolutely won't be wrong." Back then, the Heavenspan Mountain had abnormal activities, spiritual energy resuscitating, with the broken world completely restoring back to how it was. All this coincided greatly with Yi Yuan's appearance. Later on, this ancestor sent someone to investigate this. After several thousand years, I finally found a clue. Roughly over 3,000 years ago, a heavenly shocking scene appeared above the sky of a small Jewel Hill city of the southern border. The phantom of the Heavenspan Mountain actually descended upon a puny little county. This sort of thing is simply fantastical. And this matter just happened to be exactly the same time when calculated according to the time of the Heavenspan Mountain's spiritual energy resuscitating. This shows that back then in Jewel Hill City, there must have been an earth-shattering, huge incident that happened. At first, what major incident can there be in a puny little country? Originally, this ancestor had no clues either. But as luck would have it, the place that Yi Yuan first appeared was precisely in Jewel Hill City. Chapter 2436, Receive a Sword from Me. Chapter 2436, Receive a Sword from Me. Heavenspan Mountain Phantom. When we corroborated our Tao, such a terrifying scene had never appeared before too. Ancestor Water said in shock. What in the world did he do to actually resonate with the Heavenspan world? Triggering heaven and earth great Tao, making spiritual energy resuscitate. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. Ancestor Wind also said in shock. These Tao ancestors revealed greedy looks in their eyes one by one. To them, there was already nothing that could move them. Only improving a step further could move them. They had already attained the power of rules for 10 billion years. No matter how hard they worked, they were unable to break the shackles too. Regarding this point, they were well aware in their hearts. But they saw hope in Yi Yuan. Tao Ancestor Life's gaze was deep as he continued. Originally, I didn't put my attention on Yi Yuan either. But ever since he returned with the name of Saint Azure, I have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. His talent is too monstrous. Monstrous to the degree that it makes even us, these Tao ancestors, daunted at the sight of him. Who can imagine that he created an eternal and bleak exploit with his power alone, grooming 18 grand ancestors? Who could have thought that he mopped up and quelled more than 10-century celestial palaces with his power alone? Who could have thought that he could kill Deva realm powerhouses effortlessly with the realm of Heavenly Emperor, just based on the power of laws that he comprehended? Impossible. Back then, I was in the same period as the 18 grand ancestors. When they were at Yi Yuan this realm, even by relying on the power of rules, it's also impossible to have such horrifying combat power. Then just what is it that he relies on? Only when I placed my attention on Saint Azure and studied his growth along the way did it make me extremely shocked. His growth trajectory is too terrifying. Hearing Tao Ancestor Life talking tirelessly, the group of Tao ancestors could not help drawing cold breaths. Yi Yuan's growth experiences were simply a monstrous legend. Kin who ascended from a small world, rising all the way from Jewel Hill City, blooming lotuses at every step, and climbing to the summit. At present, he was also merely a step away from the true summit of the world, and he merely used 3,000 over years to achieve this. This was a legend. Even if they were Tao ancestors above all life, they also paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan's legendary rise. What was even more terrifying was that their legends were actually created by Yi Yuan. After pausing for a bit, Lin Chaotian continued, saying, "Therefore, as long as we obtain the secret on him, what does a mere Tianqing count for?" The few Tao ancestors felt as if their blood was boiling over. When Lin Huan appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused an uproar. Lord Lin Huan came. He's a Deva, fifth blight powerhouse. See if that kid still dares to be arrogant. Humph. Our origin enlightened Bodhidharma is a Tao ancestor's Bodhidharma, the foundation incomparably thick. How could it be a brat who just entered Deva realm's turn to be arrogant? So what if Saint Azure, in front of Tao ancestor life, he still has to lower his head? Lin Huan's appearance made Lin Lang and the others immediately feel much more confident. As a Deva fifth blight supreme powerhouse, Lin Huan's status was not what Lin Lang and the others could compare to. If Lin Lang was a rising star of the Lin family, then Lin Huan was a pillar of the Lin family. Even if it was the Bodhidharma that Lin Chaotian established, Deva fifth blights were absolutely not cabbages too. Deva fifth blight, those were existences who could suppress the destiny of a region. Lin Huan clasped his hands slightly at Yi Yuan and said, "Lin Lang was insensible and affronted Saint Azure. I hope that Saint Azure forgives his offenses." Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need. I've already taught him a lesson on Lin Chaotian's behalf." The muscles on Lin Huan's face twitched slightly, and he forced a smile as he said, "Logically speaking, with Saint Azure's status, you can enter Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. It's just that now, Your Excellency's actions have tarnished the name of Saint Azure. You're a sinner. Therefore, if you want to enter Origin Enlightened Mountain Range, Saint Azure must experience the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations like ordinary people before you have the qualifications to enter our Origin Enlightened Mountain Range." As he said, Lin Huan pointed at a place in the mountain and said, "That place is the entrance. Lord Saint Azure, please." Lin Huan's words were much warmer than Lin Lang's, but the mocking in his words was not the slightest bit less. In the end, Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma was taking Yi Yuan down a notch. Actually, Yi Yuan's matter currently did not have a final verdict. Even if he was guilty, it was also not Lin Huan's turn to come and speak. It was just that this was a world where the strong reigned supreme in the end. Lin Huan said this with the honor of a Deva fifth blight. He reckoned that Yi Yuan did not have any temper too. Lin Lang being hit by Yi Yuan, it was just that his cultivation was lacking. That was all. Hence, that was why Lin Chaotian sent Lin Huan out, suppressing Yi Yuan with the prestige of Deva fifth blight. At this time, everyone was waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. Lin Lang and the rest were even more proud of themselves, mocking expressions on their faces, while many people observing secretly sighed slightly. So what if Saint Azure? Strength lacking, it was the outcome of being trampled on by people in the end. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan did not look towards that place at all. He just said coolly, "Who the H-E-L are you to dare point fingers and order this saint? Is your Lin family all so senseless?" Lin Huan did not get angry, but smiled instead and looked at Yi Yuan contemptuously and said, "Why? Saint Azure did it, so I can't say it? Or is it that Lord Saint Azure also wants to discipline me?" Lin Huan's words were said with backbone. He was certain that Yi Yuan could not do anything to him. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, and retorted with a question, Lin Chaotian invited me here to confront face-to-face, to make a final decision whether my title of Saint Azure is to be retained or not. Do you have the right to speak? Lin Huan's expression turned stiff, and he said in a solemn voice, I don't. But so what? Can you shut the mouths of everyone in the world? Yi Yuan sneered and said, whether this saint betrayed the human race has yet to be determined. What qualifications do you have to pass? Wind here. You dare to say so. It's simply that you think that you're Deva Fifth Blight, and this saint can't do anything to you. Okay, this saint just entered Deva. If you can receive a sword from this saint head-on, and not get injured. So what if this saint goes and challenges the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations? The moment these words came out, the entire mountain was shocked. He was actually going to challenge Deva, Fifth Blight. Is he crazy? No matter how formidable Saint Azure is, it's also impossible to hurt a Deva, Fifth Blight. Is this Saint Azure's pride? It's just that this pride looks like foolishness. Ha! Doesn't Yi Yuan know that Tao ancestor life, this lineage cultivates wood attribute cultivation methods, their life force power incomparably thick? It's simply impossible for him to want to hurt Lin Huan. Everyone expressed confusion and ridicule at Yi Yuan's action of inviting humiliation. This sort of arrogance, without the slightest backing, was simply laughable. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. It was just that no matter how strong, there was a limit too. Deva, Fifth Blight, one firmament. The gap between each realm could not be measured with distance. This sort of gap could not be made up for by relying on talent. Yi Yuan could instantly kill Lin Lang, being heaven-defying, but he absolutely could not hurt Lin Huan. Otherwise, this heaven-span world's sovereign would also be too laughable. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed too, and he said, Lord Saint Azure, you can't do it. You wait outside. I'll go and find Lin Chaotian. Chapter 24:37, Majesty of Saint Azure. Chapter 24:37, Majesty of Saint Azure. You're asking me to receive a sword from you? Ha ha ha. Lord Saint Azure's arrogance really makes Lin Huan admire you. It's just don't talk about 1 sword. So what if 10 swords? After Lin Huan heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not resist laughing out loud. This kind of ridiculous, ant-like pride was really hilarious. Saint Azure was indeed admired by thousands, but so what? In the end, Yi Yuan was merely a young eagle who had yet to take flight. In front of a real powerhouse, this kind of pride appeared that laughable, even if you created an eternal prosperous age. So what? Times were already different, but Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. 1 sword is enough. If you lose, scram for this saint. A good dog won't block the path. Lin Huan's gaze turned sullen, and he said with a cold smile, if I lose, I'll naturally move aside. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Amen, well behaved, a good dog. Puffed. Many people could not resist spraying out. Lin Huan smiled coldly and said, don't be so sure. Indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue again after you can hurt me. Yi Yuan said coolly, Amen, then you receive it well. Don't say that you didn't prepare adequately when you lose. As he said, Yi Yuan slowly took out the limitless Ji. O.D. Killing Bow. The might of a Tao artifact bloom once again. However, this time, the aura emitting off of the limitless Ji. O.D. Killing Bow was stronger than any other time before. That terrifying aura made everyone's expressions change abruptly. At present, Yi Yuan was currently developing a myriad of lives in his small world and already stepped into the realm of creation, his strength being much stronger than Deva, First Blight. Reaching this realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao already reached an exceedingly terrifying level. His cultivation realm and strength was already completely capable of unleash. Plussing the might of a Tao artifact. A soft jade light emitted off the limitless G. Oh, de-killing bow. That power seemed to be the might of heaven descending upon the world. In the Origin Enlighten Hall, the imposing auras of the group of Tao ancestors also curdled. That's the arrow G. Oh, D's limitless G. Oh, de-killing bow. Didn't expect that this thing actually landed in Yi Yuan's hands. Ancestor Water said in surprise. Arrow G. Oh, D's arrow pierced the clouds back then, severely wounding Daymeld before sealing him up. Looking at Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, he's already capable of completely unleash. Plussing the power of this limitless G. Oh, de-killing bow. Have you all noticed it? Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm seems like he just entered the Deva realm, the thickness of his divine essence is already no less than a Deva second blight. I don't know what cultivation method there is in this world that can be formidable to such a degree. Lin Chaotian said calmly. The few Tao ancestors looked over in earnest and discovered that it was indeed as Lin Chaotian said. Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably solid and vigorous. Even Lin Huan, this level of power, was also eclipsed in front of Yi Yuan. Although his aura was strong, the divine essence undulation was like a pile of loose sand in front of Yi Yuan, a pile of sand and a wall. This was the difference between the two persons' divine essence. With such divine essence strength, coupled with terrifying laws of time and SPAC, it was really like mauling vegetables for Yi Yuan to deal with the Deva third blight Lin Lang. Sword, come. Yi Yuan called lightly. There was an undulation in SPAC, and a light sword condensed in Yi Yuan's hand. The cold air was oppressive, breaking through to the realm of creation. The power of the sword of SPAC team was no longer comparable to when he was in world realm. A Tao artifact at full firepower, coupled with the sword of SPAC team with its power multiplied. This was Yi Yuan's powerful reliance. Everyone was taken in by Yi Yuan's Estonies. Plussing imposing momentum. No one could have thought that the Yi Yuan who just entered Deva realm could be so powerful. The smile on Lin Huan's face vanished bit by bit. What replaced it was a hint of seriousness. Indeed, this sword of Yi Yuan's was not enough to kill him, but a moment of carelessness. Harming him could still be accomplished. At this time, Lin Huan could not help regretting it a little. He felt that he was too careless. It was just that how could he have thought that a mere junior who just entered Deva realm could actually unleash such powerful undulations? Yi Yuan arced the bow, notched the sword, and said coolly, "You seem to be a little scared? Give yourself 2 slaps. Admit your fault. This saint can take it as nothing happened." Lin Huan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What a joke! Would I be scared of you? Bring it on." Done talking, the divine essence on Lin Huan's body surged crazily. Would attribute law erupted crazily on his body. A powerful life force power, as well as world domain, surrounded Lin Huan tightly. He gave a loud roar. "Bring it!" Everyone stared at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually forced out Lin Huan's full strength. A Deva 5th blight, defending at full power. What kind of terrifying defensive power was that? At this time, they felt as if a huge mountain was lying in front of Lin Huan, wanting to break this enormous mountain and injure Lin Huan's body itself. That was simply a joke. Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and said, "Looks like you're ready. Then I'm coming." Finished saying, Yi Yuan's feet strode across the air. The bowstring was gradually pulled to a bend. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum became stronger and stronger. Drawing a bow was gaining momentum to begin with. When the bowstring was pulled fully, it would be when the arrow's momentum was ACCU mulat fully. However, before this, Yi Yuan had never drawn the limitless G, O, D killing bow fully before. And Astonies. Plusing aura rose up. Even if Lin Huan had already made sufficient preparations, he also felt tremendous oppression at this time. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was still rising. Finally, the bowstring and bow body formed a perfect arc. A full bow. It was Yi Yuan's first time drawing the limitless G. O, D killing bow fully. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan's fingertip released lightly. The sword of S, P, A, C team directly disappeared. S, P, A, C was like a piece of paper, directly having a gap cut open. This sword was too sharp. Boom. The void trembled. In virtually an instant, the sword of S, P, A, C team matched up against Lin Huan's defense. Lin Huan trembled all over, his figure involuntarily going backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 100 steps. The sword of S, P, A, C team plunged directly into Lin Huan's world domain, suppressing his domain and wood attribute law to the extreme. Power of wood spirit, birth. Lin Huan let out a loud roar. Rows of giant trees were born out of thin air, directly breaking out of the ground, rising up and blocking in front of him. It was just that in front of S, P, A, C team, these giant trees seemed like paper paste. The giant trees kept growing nonstop, constantly neutralizing the impact of the sword of S, P, A, C team. Lin Huan's footsteps were still falling back. Finally, when he fell back to 1,000 steps, the sword of S, P, A, C team dissipated with a loud bang. It was already a mess in front of the entire mountain pa S gates. The people who were watching the battle in secret were long already dumbstruck with amazement. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually force the Deva 5th Blight Lin Huan to such an extent. Although it was only a brief instant just now, Lin Huan already achieved the ultimate defense. Yi Yuan could actually rely on the power of one word and force a Deva 5th Blight powerhouse to retreat 1,000 steps. This level of strength was simply terrifying. Is this the strength of Saint Azure? T2 terrifying. That's the legendary sword of S, P, A, C team. Being swordless beats having a sword. Truly a stunning sword. Saint Azure just entered Deva realm and already has such combat power. If his wings are fully plumed up, why fear the divine race? In the dark came a series of exclamations. Chapter 24:38, 9 Great Tao Ancestors. Chapter 24:38, 9 Great Tao Ancestors. Everyone was in extreme shock, but Yi Yuan slowly retracted his bow, his aura being slightly in disorder. The power of this sword was already his strongest strike, even with the thickness of his divine essence. He also felt slightly overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, you lost. A guy who overestimates his own abilities. How can this degree of attack possibly harm Third Grandpa? Seeing that Lin Huan was safe and sound, Lin Lang said with a big laugh. Although the scene just now was extremely shocking, Yi Yuan could not do anything to Lin Huan in the end. There were already many people sighing endlessly in secret. This strike earlier was already sufficiently shocking. It was just a pity that it was lacking a little power. If Yi Yuan's opponent was not Lin Huan, but replaced with other Deva 5th Blights, the other party would probably have already been injured. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lang like looking at a fool, and said calmly, "Is that so? You try having him say a word." Lin Lang smiled coldly, and said, "Forget about a word. So what if 10 sentences, or 100 sentences? How can the majesty of a Deva 5th Blight be what you can provoke?" Many people secretly shook their heads, somewhat pitying Yi Yuan. Sigh, he should have gone to provoke a Deva fifth blight. Isn't this seeking humiliation? Lost then lost. Why bother holding on strong? Didn't expect that Saint Azure is actually someone who keeps up appearances to cover up his predicament. The name of Saint Azure illuminated through the ages. This reputation was indeed impressive. It also propped Yi Yuan very high. In their view, Yi Yuan had clearly lost, but was H-E-L, bent on saving face at his own cost. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, and said to Lin Huan coolly, "Hey, try saying a word." Lin Huan did not answer, but Lin Lang satirized to his face as he said, "Hey, is this Saint Azure clearly lost, but can't bear a loss?" Secretly, many people looked toward Lin Huan, feeling that he was a little weird. He clearly won. So why was he refusing to speak? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "Still repressing it? Keep suppressing, and you'll repress internal injuries out. Even if its origin in enlightened Bodhidharma, there aren't many quasi-Tao pills either, right?" Lin Huan still did not answer. Humph. What bulls? H-I plus T Saint Azure, simply a guy who can't bear a loss. Lin Lang said in a great rage. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, grabbing Lin Lang's neck like lightning as he said in a chilly voice, "You're very C-O-C-K-Y, huh? Do you really think that this saint doesn't dare to kill you?" A piercing cold-killing intent was akin to materialized, making Lin Lang virtually unable to breathe. He knew that Yi Yuan really had killing intent aroused. When Lin Huan saw this scene, he finally could not resist moving. But the moment he moved, the injuries on his body could no longer be concealed, spurting a mouthful of blood out. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Lin Huan in surprise. Lin Huan was actually really injured. How is this possible? A Deva first blight hurts a Deva fifth blight. Regarding the matter, Lin Huan was being weird just now. It turns out that he was actually afraid of affecting his injuries even more. Looks like Lin Huan's injuries aren't light. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by it. Lin Huan getting injured immediately caused a mighty uproar. A martial artist who just broke through to Deva realm actually hurt a Deva fifth blight sovereign. This kind of thing was too fantastical. In Origin Enlightened Hall, the group of Tao ancestors was shocked too. This guy is also too strong, right? He just broke through, and his attack power is actually already capable of hurting a Deva fifth blight. Ancestor Lightning exclaimed, "Hiss, if wait until he reaches Deva fifth blight, wouldn't even we not be his match too?" Ancestor Fire sucked in a breath of cold air, as he said. Lin Chaotian was startled and also delighted, and said with a slight smile, "The stronger he is, the more it proves that this ancestor's judgment wasn't wrong. He must have a secret that can break the shackles on him. I made Lin Huan go in order to test his depths." With this, Yi Yuan's strength was completely exposed in front of them. Nothing was more convincing than this. At this time, the 8 great Tao ancestors no longer had doubts, standing firmly on Tao ancestor life's side. Among them included Ancestor Lightning. No one could resist this kind of temptation. Yi Yuan casually threw, throwing Lin Lang to one side. Slowly arriving in front of Lin Huan, he said nonchalantly, "Good dog, don't get in the way." Lin Huan looked at Yi Yuan with a gloomy face, Nas, H-I, plussing his teeth in hatred. But in the end, he still got out of the way unwillingly. Profound Secrets looked at this scene with a shocked expression on his face. He only came back to his senses after a long time, and hurriedly chased after. He suddenly somewhat understood why Lin Chaotian was targeting Yi Yuan. Inside Origin Enlightened Hall, it was long already packed full. Yi Yuan stepped into the hall. The eyes of the group of powerhouses looked over towards him collectively. Among them, there were many who were even his former subordinates. Yi Yuan looked straight ahead, arriving in the center of the hall. There were 9 seats above the hall. They were clearly prepared for the 9 great Tao ancestors. These 9 people were supreme existences of the human race. Tao ancestor life, Tao ancestor water source, Tao ancestor fire spirit, Tao ancestor storm, Tao ancestor lightning, Tao ancestor earth, Tao ancestor light, Tao ancestor darkness, and Tao ancestor destruction. These 9 great Tao ancestors stood at the top of the heaven-span world, overlooking the world. Suddenly, the void trembled. 9 figures were already seated on the seats at some point. Although they were already seated, they gave people an indistinct feeling. The rule undulations emanating from their bodies made them seem particularly fleeting and ephemeral, as if what they represented was heavenly Tao. But Yi Yuan saw these 9 people's faces clearly. As far as comprehension towards Tao was concerned, he was even more advanced than the few seated. How could these few people pretend to be unfathomable in front of him? Yi Yuan looked at that old man, wearing a gray crown in the middle, seeming like they had met before. Lin Chaotian also looked at him and said with a light smile, "Lord Saint Azure, parting for 10 billion years, I didn't expect that when you and I meet again, it actually is the situation of reversing the chaos of S.P. a C-team." At that time, they were still just out-and-out juniors in front of Yi Yuan. Even Shang Heng, that kind of major power, was also unbelievably weak in front of Yi Yuan. A slight commotion came from within the great hall. With regards to the talk about Yi Yuan creating an eternally prosperous age, previously it was all just a legend. But Tao ancestor life was the only remaining great achievement from the last epoch. He personally acknowledged Yi Yuan's T of Saint Azure, clearly indicating the truth of this matter. This young man, before their eyes, was really a legend. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said with a frown, "So, it's you?" That time, I already felt that the would attribute power of law in your body was extremely exuberant. I didn't expect that later on you actually became a Tao ancestor. Lin Chaotian was precisely one of the members who went to inquire Heavenly Palace back, then together with Shang Heng to find trouble with Yi Yuan. At that time, Yi Yuan's attention was mostly on Shang Heng and did not have too deep of an impression of Lin Chaotian. But Lin Chaotian was one of the geniuses that Yi Yuan did not have much contact with. At that time, he was the Saint Azure far removed from the Ma. SES, and reality. Lin Chaotian was merely a puny little genius disciple. Cirque U stances change with the Pa-S. Sing of time, that puny little disciple was already standing at the top of the heaven-span world, becoming the number 1 Tao ancestor. But Yi Yuan was still just a junior who just entered creation realm. Got to admit, the D of destiny, makes a fool out of people. Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "What Lin Chaotian has today, it is thanks to the credit of Saint Azure's inheritance grand array. This Lin is endlessly grateful. It's just that times have changed. With me inviting Saint Azure here today, please give the world an explanation as to why you let Daymeld go." The atmosphere in the great hall instantly dropped to freezing point. While talking and laughing, swords and bows were already drawn. Chapter 2439. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Chapter 2439. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan, do you know back then how many of our powerhouses died tragically at Daymeld's hands? You let him go. How many powerhouses will die at his hands? If you don't give the world an explanation today, you can forget about walking out of Origin in Lighton Hall. Tao Ancestor Destruction said in a deep voice, the interrogation of two great Tao ancestors. How frightening was it? Especially Tao Ancestor Destruction. The destruction rule that he unwittingly radiated seemed to make even SPAC tremble. The powerhouses present, even if they reached Deva Fifth Blight, felt tremendous pressure too. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he defends himself. After all, this matter could not be justified, no matter what. When Yi Yuan heard that, he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Explanation. Explain what?" Yi Yuan, follow my conscience when I do things. Why do I need to explain to you? The numerous powerhouses opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually dared to speak to Tao ancestors like this. Also, Yi Yuan already came to Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. He was actually not defending himself. Then what did he come here for? They discovered that they could not see through Yi Yuan at all and totally did not know what he wanted to do. Even the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who came with Yi Yuan, was also standing there in a daze, currently, at a loss on what to do. Lin Chaotian was clearly taken aback too, and said in a firm voice, "So, you're admitting that you betrayed the human race?" Since Yi Yuan did not provide an explanation, then it could not be better. This sentence of his was equivalent to confirming Yi Yuan's name of betrayal. This way, it would be much easier to do things. But Yi Yuan laughed boldly and said, "Ha ha, whether this Yi betrayed the human race or not, you shouldn't be asking me this. You go and ask those warriors who fought side by side with me. You go and ask those heroic spirits who died on the battlefield. Or you can go and ask those major powerhouses who set away in the same era as you." When he said these words, Yi Yuan had an awe-inspiring aura emanating an impressive righteous aura on his body. The name of Saint Azure was clear at a glance. Although he did not have the power of a Tao ancestor, the name of Saint Azure was cultivated by his righteous aura. How could it be blasphemed? At this moment, Yi Yuan's aura was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the 9 great Tao ancestors. He contended with the power of the 9 great Tao ancestors, with his power alone. These were 2 vastly different kinds of auras. The aura of a Tao ancestor was the aura of a sovereign. It was spontaneously brought forth by their powerful strength. But Yi Yuan's aura was an awe-inspiring righteous aura, condensed and formed after transmigrating 10 billion years. Although he did not experience the time of 10 billion years, this 10 billion years of SPAC team existed because of him. Yi Yuan was simply disdainful to justify for himself. Justice was in the hearts of people. It was not that he did not want to kill Daymeld, but that he could not hold Daymeld. Lier's present strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. If he had assurance in killing Daymeld, he absolutely would not show mercy. It was just that he could not be bothered to explain these at all. The expressions of someone as powerful as Lin Chaotian also changed slightly at this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's body could actually release such a powerful force. Indeed, well-deserving of being Saint Azure, who founded an eternally Fleuries. Plussing age. He was not that easy to deal with. In the crowd, Xian's expression flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to clasp his hands and said, "Lord Tao Ancestors, Xian has always been fighting alongside Lord Saint Azure. Xian has seen every little bit about him. Xian is willing to guarantee with my Tao Foundation that Lord Saint Azure absolutely won't betray the human race." His voice had yet to fade when Patian also suddenly came forward and said, "Lord Saint Azure devoted himself to public interests. Plus, Patian is also willing to guarantee with my Tao Foundation, and he absolutely won't betray the human race. I vouch for it. I guarantee it too. These Deva Fifth Blight powerhouses who had fought alongside Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, coming forward to vouch for Yi Yuan one after another. Along the way, Yi Yuan's action and conduct, they took it all in their sights. To say that Yi Yuan betrayed the human race, they had 100 disbeliefs. On the battlefield, Yi Yuan was always charging at the forefront. The number of enemies killed, he was always the most too. It was also precisely him who forged an army of young masters into an invincible iron army. If not for Yi Yuan gathering the myriad races' coalition forces together, there also would not have been a great victory later on. And then the retaking of the whole Heavenspan world. How could such a person possibly betray the human race? Dameld's incident, they did not understand. But to say that Yi Yuan betrayed the human race, they did not believe it. Being infected by Yi Yuan's awe-inspiring righteous aura, they involuntarily stepped forward. Actually, before this, many among them already adopted a wait-and-see attitude. But Yi Yuan's awe-inspiring righteous aura seemed to be able to invade the hearts of people, making them involuntarily follow. Seeing this scene, the faces of the few great Tao ancestors became very ugly. The scene was already completely out of control. They never thought that such a scene would actually occur. But right at this time, one thunderous shout after another suddenly came in from outside, clearly audible in the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. The voices were like tidal waves. The voices of many Deva realms and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses superimposed. That voice was practically about to collapse the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Outside the mountain S gates, Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen led the entire unpredictable legion's warriors, several million of the human army's warriors, as well as numerous powerhouses who remembered Yi Yuan's achievements and gathered here one after another. The numbers already reached as many as tens of millions. Outside Origin Enlightened mountain range, many powerhouses blotted out the sun and sky, practically covering the entire sky. This number was nothing to the human race. But in today's world, to be able to make so many people gather here to rectify one person's name, probably even Tao ancestors could not do it. Before this, Yi Yuan strictly ordered them not to come over. But this time, they violated Yi Yuan's order. What are you all messing around for? Get out of here. Lin Lang said with an angry roar. It was just that facing millions of powerhouses, Lin Lang's voice was directly suppressed. And, body paid attention to him at all. Pang Zhen, you're the descendant of a Tao ancestor. How dare you be so unbridled? Lin Lang came in front of Pang Zhen and said with a furious roar. Pang Zhen directly ignored him and shouted loudly. In the hall, the faces of many powerhouses changed abruptly. No one could have thought that things actually turned out like this. Originally, this was a trial against Yi Yuan, but now it became Yi Yuan's solo performance. Why did Lin Chaotian dread Yi Yuan? It was because of his rallying power, but he still underestimated Yi Yuan. He did not expect that in this present era, Yi Yuan actually still had such formidable rallying power. Yes, he naturally did not expect it. How could he, this Tao ancestor, who was far removed from the SES, and reality, be sympathetic to the suffering of the world? When the world was going through chaos caused by war, they were apprehensive of the divine race's strength and did not dare to make a move. But Yi Yuan stepped forward. He overpowered the raging tides and reversed a hopeless situation with his power alone. leading the myriad races to defeat the divine race. This feat, who could compare to it? Lin Chaotian was considering how to corroborate his Tao and achieve supremacy, breaking the shackles. But Yi Yuan was doing things for the world in a down-to-earth manner. Why did he need to provide an explanation to the world? There was the phrase, "Justice lies in the hearts of people." Chapter 2440, laid completely bare. Chapter 2440, laid completely bare. Ha ha. Lin Chaotian, justice lies in the hearts of people. You hear it? Open your eyes wide and see. Who will believe that someone who sent the divine race back to the abyss will betray the human race? Will someone who betrays the human race have such a powerful aura of righteousness? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, with a loud laugh. He also did not think that with Yi Yuan coming to confront face to face would actually have such a thing happen. Ever since he went to find Yi Yuan had been together with him all along. In fact, Yi Yuan even instructed Pang Zhen and the rest, forbidding them from coming to get involved in this matter. He knew that Yi Yuan was afraid of implicating them. These people all came spontaneously. The feelings of the people were clear at a glance. Lin Chaotian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Indeed, deserving of being Saint Azure. What a terrific trick that beguiles the hearts of people, finding so many people to come to Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. Is it to force an abdication?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Force an abdication? Hoo-hoo, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Already a Tao ancestor, can't you be a little more broad-minded?" Lin Chaotian's face turned black. These words were simply lecturing him as a junior. Yet, he could not find words to refute. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan, stop putting on your airs of Saint Azure. Fine. Put aside the matter of Daymeld first. Are you going to explain the matter of your beloved woman becoming the divine race's divine daughter? You said that you won't betray the human race. Then, when you meet her on the battlefield one day, what will you do? This time, you let her leave. This matter was the most crucial." Lin Chaotian daring to convict Yi Yuan. This was also the most important point. The feelings between Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, as well as Yi Yuan's character. He had looked into it deeply before. Yi Yuan valued relations. H.I.+P.S. immensely, and could completely put his life on the line for the people around him. Now that Yu Mengli became a divine daughter, Yi Yuan absolutely would not sit by idly and remain indifferent, let alone meet on the battleground. And this was precisely where Yi Yuan's weakness lay. Sure enough, mentioning this point, the muscles on Yi Yuan's face involuntarily twitched. This matter already became a sore spot of his. Lin Chaotian mentioning it in public was tantamount to scattering salt on his wound. Yi Yuan's eyes were icy cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Lin Chaotian, who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are, to make me explain to you? What I, Yi Yuan, want to do isn't your turn to point fingers and order me about." When Lin Chaotian saw that Yi Yuan got angry, he smiled instead and said, "Oh, angry? Looks like Saint Azure values this woman very highly. Since that's the case, then who can guarantee that you won't betray the human race because of this woman in the future? This matter, Saint Azure got to give us an explanation. Or you can kill this woman with your own hands and prove your loyalty to your clansmen. Don't you all agree?" As he said, his gaze swept towards everyone. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. This move was a little too vicious. Forcing Yi Yuan to personally kill his most beloved woman, this was too cruel. It was just that at this time, no one could point out any problems. After all, the human race and divine race were mortal enemies. Either you die, or I perish. There was no room for salvation between the two parties at all. Yi Yuan getting angry was precisely what Lin Chaotian hoped to see. When he discovered that his opponent was Saint Azure, even the Lin Chaotian, who was revered as a Tao ancestor, had no choice but to be careful too. Who was Saint Azure? That was a peerless major power who single-handedly groomed him from a mediocre person with no accomplishments to his name into the heaven-span world's #1 person. Others did not know Saint Azure's might, but he came over from that era. How could he not know? Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high yet, his potential was too terrifying. Without Saint Azure, there would not be the present human race's prosperity, let alone him, this Tao ancestor life. Hence, he deliberately used Yumenli's matter to provoke Yi Yuan. Very clearly, he achieved his goal. Lord Saint Azure, you give an explanation. Yeah, we completely don't believe that you'll betray the human race. But you've got to explain things. The group of powerhouses were all very anxious. They discovered that Yi Yuan was too proud. Proud until he was completely disdainful to defend himself, even if it already concerned his name of Saint Azure now. But Yi Yuan sneered and said, Lin Chaotian, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Do you think that I came today to explain to you? Or is it that you feel that I'll care about the name of Saint Azure? Ha ha, in the end, you're also just a frog at the bottom of the well. Yi Yuan's words express volumes. Lin Chaotian's heart seemed to be kept by something, while everyone in the hall was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan actually used frog at the bottom of the well, this kind of term, to describe the heaven-span world's #1 person, Tao ancestor life. These words sounded somewhat ridiculous, but right now, body could laugh. Yi Yuan said, my right and wrongs future generations will naturally comment on it. How can it be summed up in a few words by you? It's just that, whether is it being crowned with eternal glory or leaving behind a bad name forever, what has it got to do with me? Yi Yuan, follow my heart when I do things. Who the H-E-L-L are you to make me specifically come and provide an explanation to you? The reason why I came is just that I wanted to see what's there on my body that's worth you coveting. Previously outside the mountain pass gates, I could already confirm it. Speaking of which, apart from breaking the shackles, what else in this world can still move you, this #1 Tao ancestor? You concealed your selfish motives under the righteousness of the human race, being truly shameless to the extreme. If you disregard your ident, Tai and personally made a move against me, I can still regard you a little higher. It's just a pity that although you're honored as a Tao ancestor, you're an out-and-out despicable villain. Do you think that by becoming a Tao ancestor, you can transcend your race and laugh proudly at the world? You don't know that you're merely just an ant-like existence in the eyes of heavenly Tao too. Finished saying these words, the entire audience was deathly silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in great shock. Breaking the shackles, these 3 words seemed to have magic powers, capturing everyone's heart. What did he say just now? Breaking the shackles. Could it be that Lord Saint Azure is actually able to break the shackles of Tao ancestor? A secret that can make Tao ancestors improve further? No wonder Tao ancestor life will covet it. But how is this possible? Since time immemorial, Tao ancestors are the strongest. Even in the era that the divine race ruled, they were unable to break through the existence of Tao ancestors too. How can someone possibly break the shackles of Tao ancestor? One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's emotions blow up. The words he said were indeed too earth-shattering. This kind of thing was too fantastical, already exceeding their imagination. Originally, they were still curious why Tao ancestor life wanted to target Lord Saint Azure. After all, Lord Saint Azure was the entire human race's hero. But if it was according to what Yi Yuan said, then everything could be explained. The expression on Lin Chaotian's face did not change much, but he already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme in his heart. He still underestimated Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so clever. He actually saw through his intentions from the little clues and inklings. He thought that he understood Yi Yuan very well, thinking that Yi Yuan would definitely care about the tea of Saint Azure. It was just a pity he still projected his own shortcomings onto others. Yi Yuan's head had always been clear until it could make people's hair stand on end. Chapter 2441, Utterly Shameless. Chapter 2441, Utterly Shameless. Utter nonsense. Tao ancestors are the strongest in the heavenspan world. This is everyone's consensus. You want to use this to absolve from your crime. Simply laughable. Lin Chaotian said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan similarly repaid with a cold smile as he said, "You had Lin Huan and Lin Lang test my depths in front of the mountain pass gates. Wasn't it in order to measure my strength? How is it? Are you satisfied or not?" Actually, on the way here, Yi Yuan thought of many possibilities, but he did not understand Lin Chaotian, and also did not know how his character was. Lear rescued Dame Eld. This matter was indeed easy to set off denouncing. Tao ancestors launching an attack was also not incomprehensible. But encountering Lin Huan and Lin Lang in front of the mountain pass gates, it suddenly dawned upon Yi Yuan in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that that was probing, but so what? You want to see it? Then I'll show you. He knew that his cultivation method probably really aroused observant and conscientious people's coveting. Regarding this point, Yi Yuan was actually long already mentally prepared. After all, walking along the way, his performance was too monstrous. If it aroused the attention of some observant and conscientious people, wanting to find clues was not hard. Let alone that with Lin Chaotian's strength and status, investigating one Yi Yuan was seriously too easy. As long as he was willing, he could investigate Yi Yuan inside out. Now, Lin Chaotian was being overbearing, attempting to infuriate him, confirming his idea even more. Considering Lin Chaotian coveting his cultivation method, Yi Yuan was not surprised about it. It was just that his method was a little too despicable. Lin Chaotian just smiled lightly and said, "Looks like Lord Saint Azure is destined to betray the human race. Since that's the case, then this ancestor can only carry out justice on the behalf of Heavenly Tao and take you down." While talking, the horrifying aura on Lin Chaotian instantly covered the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Once a Tao ancestor was enraged, floating corpses will span hundreds of millions of miles. Their power was simply unimaginable. This level of powerhouse attacking could rent the sky asunder and split the earth open, even causing the entire world to fall into collapse. Otherwise, it would also not have been called Doomsday Battle. Now, this level of powerhouse actually wanted to deal with a martial artist who just entered Deva Realm. How could it not make people's expressions change? Even if situated outside of the mountain pass gates, Pang Zhen and the rest also felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. This kind of terrifying power was what they had never witnessed before. Tao ancestor powerhouses had already not displayed their power in front of the world for far too long. But today, Lin Chaotian made a move against Yi Yuan. Wan Zhen's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Not good. Is this the power of rules? Really too terrifying. Tao ancestor life actually really dares to risk universal condemnation and make a move against Lord Saint Azure." Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "How can this be? With His Excellency's loftiness, how can he possibly betray the human race? Could it be that these Tao ancestors don't distinguish black from white?" The warriors of the unpredictable legion were all filled with righteous indignation. In their hearts, Yi Yuan was D-like existence. The Estones. Plussing battle of 8 Void Mountain already completely subdued them. That kind of loftiness, that kind of devising strategies in a command tent, that kind of life and death struggle was etched deeply in each person's heart. But now the Tao ancestors were actually going to make a move against their spiritual leader. They were unable to tolerate it. It was just that they also knew that this sort of thing was not what they could intervene in at all. They could only wait here anxiously. Terrifying would attribute power of rule enveloped the entire Origin Enlightened Hall. The SPAC here was directly locked down by the power of rule. Reaching the realm of rule, one already touched the origin of heavenly Tao, arriving at the same destination via different means. Lin Chaotian's power of rule could completely affect spatial law, not letting Yi Yuan escape. How could the power of rule of the number 1 Tao ancestor be of the common sort? Lin Chaotian's strength had long already reached an inconceivable realm. Even for those Deva Fifth Blight powerhouses, apart from those few Pinnacle-most progenitors, the others could not even move a muscle. This kind of terrifying power made their faces change abruptly. Everyone knew that Tao ancestors were strong, but today it was their first time witnessing the true power of a Tao ancestor. Too horrifying. With Lin Chaotian's strength, killing Deva Fifth Blights was simply effortless. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan, an attitude of looking down from a height, as he said coolly, "Saint Azure, this ancestor honors that you toiled hard and rendered great merits. So I won't kill you today. I'll only imprison you in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma after quelling the divine race. This ancestor will naturally let you leave. I believe that you don't have any objections, right?" These words carried strong sympathy, as if him not killing Yi Yuan was a great bestowal on Yi Yuan. He was strong, so his words were natural law. Yi Yuan's matter had no final verdict at all, especially that Yi Yuan threw out a speech on breaking the shackles. It added an additional trace of conspiracy to Lin Chaotian's actions and behavior even more. It was just that at this time, who would come forward and speak up for Yi Yuan? Who dared to step forward and speak up for Yi Yuan? Facing Lin Chaotian's powerful pressure, Yi Yuan was composed and collected. He just smiled coldly and said, "Lin Chaotian, you showed your true colors, right? If you're really doing it for the good of the human race, and if you really suspect that I'll betray the human race, shouldn't you directly kill me now? Imprisoning me in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma, are you planning on subjecting me to torture to ask about the secret on me? Come on, kill me if you have the ability." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They had never heard of such a request before. But they also perceived it. Yi Yuan was mocking Lin Chaotian. Lin Chaotian did not want to kill Yi Yuan at all. Lin Chaotian had experienced the vicissitudes of 10 billion years. How could he be goaded by a sentence? He just said coolly, "Saint Azure is worrying too much. You created the human race's flurries. Plussing age through the ages, merits outweighing demerits. If this ancestor kills you, wouldn't I become someone who's ungrateful and forgets kindness? You rest assured. This ancestor will keep my word. After quelling the divine race, I'll definitely let you go." "Enough. Lin Chaotian, put away your disgusting face. Saint Azure was brought here by this emperor. SP if you want to make a move against him. Step over this emperor's dead body. Ha! If you take care of Saint Azure himself and Saint Profound's descendants today, you'll be able to laugh overlooking the world tomorrow." Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets completely exploded. The more he thought, the more he felt that Lin Chaotian's motives were not pure. If Yi Yuan did not say, he would not have imagined it. But Yi Yuan already put it so clearly. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets came from that era too. So how could he not understand Lin Chaotian's scheme? Therefore, Yi Yuan's words were extremely believable. Lin Chaotian gave Heavenly Emperor profound secrets a glance and said coolly, us 9 great Tao ancestors control the heaven-span world together. Since you say so, then this matter will be decided together by the 9 great Tao ancestors. Everyone, how do you all think that this matter should be dealt with? Heavenly Emperor profound secrets expression changed wildly. 1 Tao ancestor life. Although the weight of his words was heavy, he dreaded the name of Azure and profound dual saints. But 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, this weight was too terrifying. These 9 people joining hands could pierce a hole in the sky. Saint Azure's talent is too strong. If he defects to the divine race, probably even us Tao ancestors won't be able to suppress too. This ancestor feels like for the safety of the human race, we should imprison him temporarily. Tao ancestor destruction said indifferently. This ancestor concurs. This ancestor concurs too. As they spoke, 7 great Tao ancestors spoke one after another. Their statements were actually surprisingly unanimous. Chapter 2442, Rule Cage, SBACE freeze. Chapter 2442, Rule Cage, SPAC freeze. What about you, Ancestor Lightning? Lin Chaotian looked in Ancestor Lightning's direction and said calmly, the other 7 great Tao ancestors already made their stands known. Only Ancestor Lightning seemed to still be hesitating. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets seemed to have seen the last trace of hope and said loudly, Pang Tian, Pang Zhen is right outside. Don't you know how great his change is? Even he doesn't believe that Saint Azure will betray the human race. Do you believe it? Ancestor Lightning was still silent. His gaze pierced through the hall, looking toward Pangzhen outside of Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ancestor Lightning. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and said calmly, this ancestor concurs. Buzz, inside the hall, immediately burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was livid with rage, cursing Ancestor Lightning loudly for being devoid of grat. 1, 2. It was just that he could not change the result. His individual strength was too weak. No one could have thought that the 9 great Tao ancestors who had always been discordant were actually unexpectedly unanimous with regards to Yi Yuan's matter. But didn't this confirm Yi Yuan's argument even more? With the 9 great Tao ancestors having a united front, this was a power that carried heaven and earth along. With this kind of power and influence, who dared to stop them? Even if they coveted the secret on Yi Yuan. So what? They were the truth. They were power. They were sublime. With Ancestor Lightning making his stance clear, Lin Chaotian smiled slightly and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, something that us 9 great Tao ancestors decided on is something decided by heaven. Even if the divine race's Tianqing was here, he wouldn't be able to refute it too. You submit? At this time, those people supporting Yi Yuan were already in despair. 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, who could still overturn the heavens. Just as Tao Ancestor Life said, even if Tianqing was here, he would not be able to escape alive too. Facing the powerful pressure of 9 great Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan appeared composed and collected. He looked at Lin Chaotian and said with a light smile, you 9 great Tao ancestors were single-handedly created by me. Now, if I allow you all to need me as you please, wouldn't I become a joke? The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha, Yi Yuan, times have changed. Those below Tao Ancestor are ants. Just based on your current strength, you also have wishful thinking of escaping from under our hands." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I want to go, I'll go. What can you do to me? Since I dared to come, I naturally have confidence in leaving. So what if 9 great Tao ancestors?" His words made the hall explode, all at once. He wouldn't have gone crazy, right? PAC is already completely locked down. Even if he's proficient in spatial law, it's also impossible to escape from under the eyelids of Tao ancestors. Is there anyone in this world who can escape from under the cooperation of 9 great Tao ancestors? This is impossible. Maybe he can in the future, but right now, it's absolutely impossible. No one believed Yi Yuan's words, because that was something completely impossible. What were Tao ancestors? To really talk about it, Tao ancestors were the darlings of heaven. They were the absolute powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could be said to be the #1 emperor in ancient and modern times already. But in front of Tao ancestors, he was still nothing, let alone that it was 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands. Sure enough, Lin Chaotian smiled disdainfully and said, "Is that so? Then this ancestor wants to witness Lord Saint Azure's methods." Finished saying, Lin Chaotian gently pressed a palm down. A cyan-colored palm carried horrifying to the extreme would attribute power of rule and crushed towards Yi Yuan. PAC was already locked down, but the power of this palm was sufficient to crush Deva 5th Blights to dust. A casual palm, but it made everyone present change expressions abruptly. Yi Yuan just stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not see this palm. Boom! The ground surface of the hall directly had a deep pit smashed out. That place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure. Origin and Lighten Hall had extremely powerful array formations guarding, but this palm actually directly shattered the array formation. However, Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly. It was his first time having a visible change in countenance. Lin Chaotian's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already outside the hall. Above the void, Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 8 great Tao ancestors, as well as those powerhouses, all followed out. Everyone's gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were full of amazement. It was as if looking at a monster. Is this the power of a Tao ancestor? Merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian, full of disdain. There was already nothing in this world that could make Lin Chaotian, this level of powerhouse, visibly moved. But today he was truly shocked. Yi Yuan actually escaped from under his eyelids. How is this possible? PAC was clearly already locked down. Even if it's a Deva 5th Blight, it would be impossible to escape too. How did he do it? Too inconceivable. Could it be that Yi Yuan's spatial law already said the power of rules? No wonder Saint Azure is so calm. This is simply too inconceivable. Shocked words lingered on incessantly. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. The PAC inside the hall just now was clearly already locked by Lin Chaotian. Yi Yuan was absolutely unable to escape. But Yi Yuan vanished from under their eyelids just like that. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. His majesty as Tao ancestor was seriously provoked by Yi Yuan today. Your spatial law should be rank 3 source currently, right? Under my power of rule. Even rank 5 source can't possibly escape. So how did you do it? Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan with piercing eyes as he questioned. He was extremely shocked in his heart. At the same time, he was also extremely excited. Yi Yuan's means were definitely related to the secret on him. The more mysterious his means were, the stronger it meant this secret was. If this secret was obtained by him, then what kind of terrifying realm would his strength reach? Even thinking about it made people's hot blood seethe with excitement. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what Lin Chaotian was thinking and said with a sneer, "What you're thinking is right. It's indeed related to a secret of mine. If you want to know, wouldn't you know after capturing me?" Lin Chaotian's face turned black, and he said in a deep voice, "A bunch of nonsense. No matter how clever your tongue is, you can't escape today either." Finished saying, he raised his fingertips. A surge of even more terrifying power of rule instantly spread across the world. At this time, it was as if the entire heaven-span world's wood power of rule was used by Lin Chaotian. In virtually an instant, the entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges, SPAC, was enveloped by the power of rule. Rule cage, SPAC, freeze. Hiss, the faces of those powerhouses changed suddenly. They knew that Tao ancestor life became serious. Rule cage was a unique method of rule powerhouses. Those who reached the realm of Deva Fifth Blight, because of their closeness to heavenly Tao, their application of spatial law would reach an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, in a battle between Deva Fifth Blights, wanting to kill the other party was too difficult. But Tao ancestors could use the power of rule to seal off the entire region of SPAC, leaving one with nowhere to run. Under the power of rule, everything was futile. This move was far stronger than that sort of casually sealing off SPAC earlier. They felt as if the entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges, SPAC, was frozen. They found it hard to take even a single step. Chapter 2443. Not one of. Chapter 2443. Not one of. Yi Yuan, this is already not that era where you're called Saint Azure. This is the era of Tao ancestors. In front of Tao ancestors, everything is in vain. Lin Chaotian had an imposing momentum, descending upon the world as if body in the world could beat him. At this moment, almost 1/10 of the middle realms could feel the pressure of a Tao ancestor. The heaven-span world was incomparably vast. 1/10 of the middle realms, the vastness of its area was virtually unimaginable. It could be seen how terrifying Lin Chaotian's current aura was. The power of rules was akin to heaven's might, that kind of terrifying power. Mortals simply could not imagine it. When a Tao ancestor got serious, heaven and earth changed colors. In front of such heavenly might, the only one who could maintain composure was probably only Yi Yuan. He looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, "Is that so? Since the era of Tao ancestors was single-handedly created by me, then let me single-handedly end it. Lin Chaotian, I'm still not your match today, but before long, I'll be back." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and took a step out. With a disappearance and reappearance, he actually already arrived 100,000 miles away. Lin Chaotian's rule cage actually did not have the slightest effect on Yi Yuan. The entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges cage existed only in name. Tao ancestors were ignored. The expressions of the 9 great Tao ancestors changed wildly, their faces shocked to the extreme. This is impossible. How? How did he do it? Ancestor Fire's face was close to distorted. No one had ever dared to provoke the majesty of Tao ancestors before. But today, it was provoked by a fellow who just entered Deva realm. Still in a daze for what? Attack together. Must keep him back. This ancestor doesn't believe that the 9 of us joining hands can't even hold a guy who just entered Deva realm. Lin Chaotian's face was dark, his figure already disappearing from where he was, chasing after. The 9 great Tao ancestors pulled themselves together and chased after right away. Bang, bang, bang. The entire Origin Enlightened mountain range fell into chaos in an instant. Outside the mountain S gates, the faces of those powerhouses changed wildly one after another, each and everyone fleeing in disorder. Quickly go. The might of Tao ancestors is too terrifying. Yi Yuan intentionally went in the opposite direction. But even so, with 9 great Tao ancestors attacking in unison, this commotion was still too terrifying. Everyone felt that heaven and earth were shaking. It was true shaking, like an earthquake. 9 great power of rules erupted at the same time, triggering the power of heaven and earth. That kind of power could truly topple mountains and overturn the seas. It was unimaginable. Under this kind of chaos, the entire SPAC was completely disrupted. Wanting to travel through SPAC was totally impossible. 9 auras that blotted out the skies and covered the earth caught up to Yi Yuan in virtually an instant, locking onto him firmly. Rule cage lock. 9 great Tao ancestors took action together. SPAC seemed to really be frozen. The few scattered flying birds were directly immobilized in the air, unable to even flap their wings. However, Yi Yuan took another step out, walking out of the iron plate-like cage once again. Yi Yuan turned back calmly and said, "Stop making futile efforts. You all can't lock onto me. Forget that you all don't know spatial law. Even if you cultivate spatial law to the realm of rule, you can't keep me too." These words were indescribably domineering. In this world, there was only Yi Yuan alone who could say this sentence calmly in front of 9 great Tao ancestors. How could they know that the spatial law Yi Yuan used was already not the Heavenspan world's spatial law, but the Chaos world's spatial law? In the past, SPAC team was in reverse chaos. Yi Yuan traveled through SPAC team and returned to the previous epoch and had an extremely deep understanding of SPAC team law. At that time, what he comprehended was his own SPAC team law and not the Heavenspan world's SPAC team law. Hence, after he returned, he gave people an illusory feeling. That sort of understanding did not disappear along with his return, but continued to ACCU, mutate, ferment, all the way until he broke through to creation realm. After reaching the creation realm, Yi Yuan completely erupted. The chaos world evolving heaven and earth. What it brought was not just the increase in strength, it also deepened his understanding of heavenly Tao and the power of laws. What Yi Yuan was walking was a path that no one had ever walked before. He did not need to imitate anyone's tracks. What he had to walk was his own footmarks. Even with Heavenspan World this blueprint, he also did not follow the Heavenspan World's appearance to create another Heavenspan World. He comprehended his own time law, his own spatial law, and now he could freely superimpose 1 or 2 spatial nodes of the Chaos World with the Heavenspan World. He could traverse through SPAC within the range of his Chaos World. The 9 great Tao ancestors wanted to use the Heavenspan World's rules to imprison Yi Yuan. Wasn't this a joke? Just as Yi Yuan said. Even if they comprehended spatial rule, it was also impossible to do anything to him. And this was also precisely where Yi Yuan's confidence for daring to come lied. Yi Yuan had pride, but he was not stupid. Something like walking right into a trap, he would not do it. The entire Origin Enlightened mountain range was shocked. At this very moment, Origin Enlightened mountain range attracted too much attention. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But who knew that even with 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, they were still actually unable to deal with Yi Yuan? I'm blind. I've definitely gone blind. Even the power of rules is actually unable to lock onto Yi Yuan. I somewhat believe Yi Yuan's words now. The secret on him is too terrifying. No wonder even Tao ancestors will be moved. No wonder he dared to come. Even the power of rules can't lock onto him. It's tantamount to being in an undefeatable position. At this moment, virtually the entire heaven-span world's upper echelons were shaken. That moment when the 9 great Tao ancestors joined forces. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was finished, but no one thought that the final result actually had a dramatic change occur. Tao ancestor life taking action was unable to keep Yi Yuan. Following that, 9 great Tao ancestors joined hands and were still unable to keep Yi Yuan. If talking about the most shocking thing in this world, it was absolutely not a Tao ancestor being defeated and also not Tianqin coming into being. This play today was absolutely the most shocking thing in the history of the heavenspan world. Not one of. This matter shall be written into the annals of history. A martial artist who just entered Deva realm actually escaped alive under the teaming up of 9 great Tao ancestors. Lin Chaotian's expression was ugly to the extreme. His gaze turned dark, and he said, "Since I can't lock you down, then this ancestor will shatter this entire region of S, P, a C. This ancestor wants to see what you'll use to resist." His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying wood power of rule bloomed once again, only to see his right foot stomp lightly. The earth shook and mountains swayed. Rumble. Fine spatial cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. The S, P, A, C within a radius of 1,000,000 miles started collapsing. Endless spatial storms were swept in from the spatial turbulent flows. This was the strength of a Tao ancestor. It was just that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. Without S, P, A, C being locked down, Yi Yuan could travel millions of miles in an instant. How could a Tao ancestor hold him? Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, "Today's matter, this Yi has remembered it. The day when this Yi returns, I'll definitely settle this score properly with you all. Also, my secret, you can't cultivate it." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure gradually faded, finally vanished. I plus ing. Chapter 2444. Make way. Chapter 2444. Make way. Do you all know? The 9 great Tao ancestors' faces at that time were livid. Someone that even 9 great Tao ancestors can't keep behind is absolutely the most amazing existence since time immemorial. In the crowd, Bao Inquire talked about the scene at that time with a look of exultation, a look of enrapture on his face, while the heavenly emperors next to him opened their mouths wide with shocked faces. Although they did not believe it, this did not prevent them from being shocked. The news of 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands to deal with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan leaving unrestrainedly, already spread throughout the entire heavenspan world like the wind. It was just that those who knew the details was none other than Bao Inquire. Bao Inquire's strength was not strong, but his ability to inquire about news was top-notch. Presently, these people around him seemed to be listening to a book from heaven, listening to the story of Yi Yuan's unrestrained departure. Bao Inquire, you're also 2 bulls. I plus T, right? 9 great Tao ancestors locked down. S, P, A, C with the power of rules. How did Saint Azure escape? Someone questioned. Bao Inquire chuckled and said, "This is also the most mysterious thing. So far, probably even the 9 great Tao ancestors haven't figured out how Lord Saint Azure did it, right? But I heard that there's a Civ secret on Lord Saint Azure." He clearly knew that these people would question. After all, this matter was too fantastical. Although the news already came out, the vast majority of the people felt that this incident was fake. In their hearts, Yi Yuan should have said the 9 great Tao ancestors test, and was released. Such an explanation was more reasonable. What secret? Sure enough, everyone was drawn by his words. Bao Inquirer's eyes also revealed a hint of solemnness as he said, I heard that he has the secret to break through the shackles of Tao ancestor on him. What? Bao Inquire, this joke of yours is also too much, right? Yeah, breaking through Tao ancestor's shackle. I heard that even the divine race's major powers can't break the shackles of Tao ancestor. Bao Inquire, your boasting is becoming more and more outlandish. H. Plus, haha. Actually, the events of that day, the news that really transmitted out were extremely little. No idea what channel this Bao Inquire used either to have actually inquired quite a bit of inside news. It was just that this piece of news was too earth-shattering and already exceeded people's understanding. Therefore, even if said, it was also treated as a joke by people. Bao Inquire just chuckled and said, what the H-E-L, do you guys know? Originally, I also thought that the 9 great Tao ancestors summoned Saint Azure for the human race's safety. But only all the way until Lord Saint Azure exposed this matter was the objective of the 9 great Tao ancestors completely bared there. And then he paused for a bit and continued, although there's no solid proof for this, you all use your brains and think. The 9 great Tao ancestors raised a big rumpus to deal with a martial artist who just entered Deva. Don't you all find it odd? Furthermore, Lord Saint Azure's awe-inspiring righteous aura rippled out in all directions on Origin Enlightened Mountain. Tens of millions of martial artists spontaneously rectified his name. How can he possibly betray the human race? This logic, even we can understand it. So would Tao ancestors not understand? If not, what can move 9 great Tao ancestors at the same time? Bao Inquires Lysis was too articulate, making the group of heavenly emperors draw a cold breath. If this matter was true, then it was simply incredible. But what's above Tao ancestor? Is there really someone who can Serpa Tao ancestor in this world? Bao Inquire's gaze was deep as he said, then there's only waiting for that day when Lord Saint Azure returns. Currently, the 9 great Tao ancestors have already declared that Saint Azure betrayed the human race. Everyone has the right to punish. It's just that there are barely any who believe it. But it's probably irreconcilable till death between Saint Azure and the 9 great Tao ancestors. The group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. There was actually someone who was irreconcilable till death with the 9 great Tao ancestors. This matter was definitely an eternally strange tale. When the entire heavenspan world was in a stir about this, Yi Yuan already embarked on the road to the west. The 9 great Tao ancestors jointly announced to strip Saint Azure of his tea. And viewed him as the traitor of the human race. Except there were few believers. The battle of Origin Enlightened Mountain Range was too sensational. Coupled with Yi Yuan's prestige in the human race, there were barely any who believed Lin Chaotian their rubbish. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan did not cover up his tracks. Many powerhouses saw Yi Yuan and directly let him pass without any intention of stopping at all. Especially the land of the Western realms, it was the land where Yi Yuan fought dauntlessly in BLOODY battles. His prestige was even more unbelievably high. There were even many powerhouses who knew that he was sing through and even took the initiative to come up to say H-E-L low. One needed to admit it was kind of ironic. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing in front of the entrance of the abyss, suppressing 8 realms. Sighing ruefully, there was already a large number of abyss monster corpses that fell in front of him. Back then, he entered the abyss, suppressing 8 realms from here, and had a great battle with the Dragon Clan. At present, this place already became a wasteland. There was devilish energy everywhere, and no longer the natural grace in the past. The 8 great supreme demon clans had lasted here for as long as 10 billion years for the sake of guarding the abyss. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also planned for a long time for the resurgence of the human race. But the 9 great Tao ancestors stood at the pinnacle of the heavenspan world. What had they done? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's body had uncontrollable killing intent spilling out, reaching the human race's life and death juncture. These few fellows were actually still coveting the secret on him. It was not that his chaos heavenspan canon could not be spread. It was just that his cultivation system was too unique. The 9 great Tao Ancestors Foundation had already been established, and it was simply impossible to cultivate. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long set it on. Although this cultivation method was precious in front of the human race's cardinal principles of righteousness, Saint Profound could even give up his life. So how could he not bear to give up a mere cultivation method? Don't you get too smug. The divine race's lords are currently on the way, and are about to arrive soon. A Deva realm abyss monster said, fearfully. As Yi Yuan advanced, he said, coolly, I'm just going to the abyss world to take a look. Those who block me, die. The group of abyss monsters exchanged glances, their faces dumbfounded. Both sides had already been fighting for many years. They had never seen before such an arrogant person to actually dare to enter the abyss world alone. This guy was too arrogant. Before long, a large group of divine race powerhouses arrived. The one in the lead was a middle-stage 9 marks powerhouse. When he saw Yi Yuan, his expression could not help changing wildly as he cried out in shock, You're Yi Yuan. Hearing this name, the expressions of the divine race members and abyss monsters who were traveling with him all changed wildly. This name was simply a nightmare-like existence in the divine race presently. 8 Void Mountains battle. More than half of the divine race and abyss devil race were killed and injured, suffering a great loss in vitality. 10 billion years of ACCU mulation was virtually destroyed overnight. This kind of disastrous lesson already turned into a nightmare, imprinting deeply into each divine race member's heart, unable to be erased. This person was simply the devil. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and said, coolly, I'm going to the abyss. Make way. That middle stage, 9 marks powerhouse opened his mouth wide, having a look of disbelief on his face. This devil-like figure was actually going to head for the abyss alone. He could not resist swallowing his saliva. Waving his hand, he said, make way. Let him pass. Chapter 2445. Don't provoke me. Chapter 2445. Don't provoke me. This place was a dark world. There was a different moon hanging in the sky, white and holy. Under this moon, a figure was walking forward slowly, as if browsing this dark landscape. Around him, there were vague figures. It was just that no one dared to approach. Ever since Yi Yuan stepped into the abyss, the divine race's danger warning already rose to the highest level. The events here were currently being reported up layer by layer, reporting to the main center of the divine race. Before long, the few great progenitors would know this news. Before this, the divine race carried out the highest level of surveillance on Yi Yuan. Regarding these people, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of them. However, he directly chose to ignore it. If not for the 9 great Tao ancestors causing unexpected trouble, he would have long entered the abyss world to investigate things thoroughly. Ever since seeing Li Er, Yi Yuan was filled with curiosity toward the divine race. In order to untie the bell, the person who tied it was required. Wanting to bring back the original Li Er, he naturally had to understand this race first. Before this, apart from killing, there was only killing between him and the divine race. There was no time to understand at all. Of course, he also did not have that strength. Now he stepped into creation realm. His spatial law already reached the acme of perfection. With the strength to protect himself, he could naturally come and investigate thoroughly. This guy is also too arrogant, right? Is he treating the abyss world as his own backyard? King H.E.L.L. I heard that even Lord Daymeld nearly died at his hands. If not for that I can't beat him, I'll definitely go forth and tear him up right now. Too arrogant. Why haven't those lords come yet? I'm already almost about to freaking explode. The divine race was proud. However, each step that Yi Yuan took currently was trampling on their pride. None of them dared to attack. This person was their nightmare. This person killed half of their people. This person sent the 10 billion-year dream that the divine race had been suppressing back to its original point. If it was in the heaven-span world, then forget it. Now, he actually ran to the abyss world to posture. Each one of the divine race members around was livid. Yi Yuan was just feeling everything here on his own. The abyss world was very different from other small worlds. The abyss devil race was originally also one of the heaven-span world's members. They were the divine race's most loyal lackeys. Later on, the divine race retreated in defeat and arrived at the abyss devil race's base camp, the abyss world. This place was filled with powerful devilish energy. It was the forbidden land of all races. When humans came here, it was no different from courting death. He was currently walking when a powerful aura came from head-on in front. A figure stepped out of the void, his hands behind his back, as he looked at Yi Yuan coldly. The arrival said coldly, "Brat, I didn't expect that you actually grew to such a level. A pity I wasn't able to kill you back then. However, you delivered yourself to the doorstep today. This progenitor won't be courteous." Yi Yuan lifted his head. It was actually an acquaintance. Origin Guard. Back then, in Cloud Heart Realm, Yi Yuan almost died at his hands. Seeing Origin Guard appear, the divine race members were extremely aroused. Origin Guard was a late-stage 9 marks mighty expert. Although he could not be compared to Daymeld, dealing with Yi Yuan was sufficient. Each and every one of them was gloating over his misfortune, waiting to see Yi Yuan being killed. But Yi Yuan just said coolly, "So, it's you? Don't waste your energy. You go back and tell Tianqing I'll stroll around in the abyss world for a few days. Then I'll go and find him." Origin Guard's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you are stupid? Just the likes of you. You also want to meet Lord Tianqing?" Waves of jeering laughs came from all around. Yi Yuan's words were too laughable. It was true that he was strong, but he relied on 8 Void Mountain's Rule Grand Array to go on Ma's Saker. In the abyss world, there was no Rule Grand Array to protect him. Did this guy really take the abyss world to be his own home? Still say stroll for a few days. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just hooked his finger at Origin Guard, signaling him to come over. The provocation intent was extremely thick. Courting death. Origin Guard gave a cold snort. His heavenly Tao true martial suddenly released, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. The horrifying power was the same as back then. Boom. The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly turned into nothingness. It was just that Origin Guard's expression changed wildly. This move he actually missed. 100 miles away, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You can't kill me, but I can kill all of them. Don't try to provoke me. The consequences are beyond your tolerance. I'm just here to find Tianqing, to have a chat. Don't provoke me." Yi Yuan emphasized the last few words heavily. Killing intent was extremely thick. Origin Guard was extremely shocked in his heart. He had clearly sealed off this region of SPAC just now. How did Yi Yuan evade it easily? Just how many years had they not met? This guy was already strong until such an inconceivable degree. What on earth is going on? Lord Origin Guard actually can't do anything to him. This guy is too arrogant. He's using all of our lives to threaten Lord Origin Guard. He's going to find Lord Tianqing to have a chat. Chat your mom. Can this guy be any more arrogant? A feeling of humiliation spread out in everyone's hearts. Origin Guard was really held down by Yi Yuan, so he did not dare to make a move anymore. Don't provoke me. These 3 words, the warning intent was already very thick. Clearly, Yi Yuan's mood right now was not good. Although he did not understand how Yi Yuan evaded his attack, he did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan would really go on a killing spree. The reason why he did not currently was just because he did not want to fall out too hard with the divine race. Finding Lord Tianqing to chat. This guy was not joking. This guy, just as Origin Guard was stunned, Yi Yuan did not even look at him and left straight away. Origin Guard's face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. He, an exalted divine race progenitor, was actually ignored by a junior. But what could he do? Everyone was stunned. No one could have thought that Lord Origin Guard came personally and was actually threatened by this human. Lord Origin Guard did not even dare to let out a fart. The news of Yi Yuan barging into the abyss world shook the entire divine race very quickly. All of the divine race was filled with righteous indignation. How much divine race blood stained the hands of this devil? Now, he actually ran to the abyss world to act wildly. But the news of Origin Guard returning without a compli, plussing anything, similarly spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. Origin Guard was one of the profound lineage's progenitors, his strength being fearsome. Even he actually could not do anything to this devil. This was too terrifying. What was even more nable was that the divine race's upper echelons did not seem to have much reaction with regards to Yi Yuan's appearance. It was like this matter did not happen. This made all of the divine race feel even more humiliated at the profound lineage ancestral land. Origin Guard had a look of indignation as he said to the elderly in front of him, furiously, "Lord Origin Smile, this matter can't be tolerated. Lord Origin Smile, please make a move, personally, and kill this boy. Otherwise, where will our divine race's face go?" This old man was the divine race profound lineage's forefather, Origin Smile. This was a terrifying existence on the same level as Tianqing. A faint smile hung on Origin Smile's face, appearing very calm. He motioned for Origin Guard to sit down, and he said indifferently, if he wants to meet Tianqing, just let him go and meet. Withdraw all of the men. Leave him alone. Origin Guard's entire body shook, being stupefied on the spot. Chapter 2446. Unveiling the Eternal Secret. Chapter 2446. Unveiling the Eternal Secret. Lord Origin Smile. He already slapped faces until our doorstep. Yet, we're actually going to watch just like that. Origin Guard had a shocked face as he said unwillingly. He was completely unable to understand Origin Smile's way of doing things. Something that ancestor could clearly suppress with a slap if he took action. Why did he say to just watch? But Origin Smile took his time and slowly took his seat and said, If you know who he is, you wouldn't have this kind of thought. Origin Guard was taken aback, having a baffled look on his face. Who was Yi Yuan? Could it be that he would not know? Back then, he almost killed Yi Yuan. Who? Who is he? Although this brat is formidable, he also merely just entered Deva realm. If your excellency took action, how can he have a reason to not die? Origin Guard asked in puzzlement. Origin smiled faintly, and he suddenly changed the topic and said, "Do you know at whose hands our divine race was defeated back then?" Origin Guard was stunned again, not knowing what Origin Smile meant, but he still said, "Back then, the human race's 18 grand ancestors suppressed our race's powerhouses with death, especially Grand Ancestor S. P. A. C Team. He exiled Lord Tianqing to the S. P. A. C Team turbulence. That's how our race was defeated. To be honest, we didn't lose." Origin Smile shook his head and said smilingly, "You're wrong. In the last Doomsday battle, we were defeated by the hands of the human race's two great saints. It's just that these two people were too low profile, so we didn't know at all. This matter only spread among the humans only recently too." Origin Guard's eyes revealed even more puzzlement. What did these have to do with Yi Yuan? Losing at whose hands that was all 10 billion years ago already, what did it have to do with today? Origin Smile motioned for him to stay calm and sit down to listen slowly. Then he slowly said, "In the last epoch, the human race was weak. So how did they suddenly rise up and had 18 grand ancestors appear? Don't you find it strange?" Origin Guard frowned, being uncertain what it meant. This was an eternal mystery. They completely did not know why the human race suddenly had experts as plentiful as clouds, suppressing the divine race. The human race back then was clearly unbelievably weak. Grand Ancestor, S. P. A. C Team, these powerhouses seemed to have jumped out of crevices in a rock. They naturally acted in secret, hiding in a small world like us, and nurtured these powerhouses. Origin Guard said. Origin Smile nodded and said, "Indeed so. It's just that our divine race has celestial master Miliuo surveying the world. With so many powerhouses rising up, it's impossible that he doesn't detect it at all. But he didn't detect it. So don't you find it strange?" Origin Guard's pupils constricted, and he said, "I indeed strange." Origin Smile said, "In the history of the human race, two key figures had appeared before. These two people were respected by the myriad races, and they were conferred the Tli of Azure and profound dual saints, illuminating through the ages. It was precisely these two key figures who changed the power structure of the heaven-span world." Origin Smile talked tirelessly, and Origin Guard listened in incredible shock. He never thought that there was actually still this unknown past in history. After the shock, Origin Guard suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Didn't he come to find Lord Origin Smile to talk about Yi Yuan? So why did he digress to Azure and profound dual saints? Yi Yuan, but what have these got to do with Yi Yuan? Origin Guard faintly felt that something was not quite right, but he could not figure out the crux and could only ask. Origin Smile's fingers tapped on the table lightly, as if wanting him to relax, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan is the Saint Azure of the Azure and profound dual saints." Origin Guard's pupils constricted, his entire body seemingly like he was electrocuted. He stood up quickly and cried out in surprise, "What? Why, Your Excellency, this joke can't just be set out. If he's Saint Azure, he should be an old monster who has lived for 10 billion years. So how can he possibly only have this bit of strength?" Origin Smile let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, "When this ancestor heard this news, my reaction wasn't much better than yours. This matter sounds fantastical. However, it's absolutely true. This period of 10 billion years of S.P.A.C. team is actually completely in disorder. All of us have been living in a disoriented S.P.A.C. team. Also, I don't know what method Yi Yuan used to actually travel through S.P.A.C. team and return to 10 billion years ago, leaving behind 18 inheritance grand arrays for the human race. That's how it created 18 grand ancestors. Origin Smile paused for a bit and said, "Our divine race was actually defeated by him." Origin Guard already did not know how to describe his feelings. The thing that Origin Smile talked about was simply like a fantasy tale. It was too nonsensical, but he knew that Origin Smile would not joke with him. This matter must be absolutely true. These bits and pieces that were hidden in the dust of history actually affected the direction of the next 10 billion years. This kind of means simply Serpa, said the ancients, and amazed the contemporaries. Origin Guard felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. No idea how long had said either before Origin Guard recovered to his senses from the shock. His gaze turned intent, and he said, "Since that's the case, we should eliminate Yi Yuan even more. Once he grows up, he'll simply be our divine race's nightmare." Origin smiled bitterly again when he heard that and said, "It's too late. He has already grown up." Origin Guard was perplexed and said, "Your Excellency, you're one of the 8 great progenitors, with your level of prowess being unmatched. Could it be that you can't take care of a brat who just entered the Deva realm?" Origin shook his head and said, "It's not hard for me to kill him. What's hard is that I'm unable to lock onto him at all. You should have already felt this." Origin Guard's entire body shook, and he said in disbelief, "This is impossible. With your Excellency's strength, his spatial law is completely useless." Origin let out a sigh and said, "News just came over from the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan escaped alive from under the cooperation of 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors utilized 9 great power of rules to lock S.P.A.C., but he still escaped. No matter how strong this progenitor is, I'm also not stronger than the joined forces of 9 great Tao ancestors augmented by rules." Origin Guard felt his head explode all at once. 9 great Tao ancestors joined forces and actually let Yi Yuan escape. How was this possible? Even if Yi Yuan comprehended spatial rule, it was also impossible to accomplish it, right? The might of 9 great Tao ancestors. It was what even the divine race's progenitor was extremely apprehensive of. What right did Yi Yuan have? He thought that Yi Yuan just relied on spatial law to escape his certain kill blow. Looking at it now, he simply became a joke. Origin glanced at him and said coolly, "Now, you understand why he dared to come to the Abyss world by himself, right? Do as I say. Don't go and provoke him. If we really enrage him, he can't do anything to us but those under middle stage 9 marks. There are probably few who can stay alive. Let him do whatever he wants to do. As long as it's not too overboard, leave him alone." The divine race's upper echelons maintained a tacit understanding unexpectedly. The people who had been keeping watch on Yi Yuan all along were also all withdrawn until not one of them remained, making it much more peaceful and quiet for him. Yi Yuan knew very well that the divine race's upper echelons must have obtained news from the Heavenspan world. Although the divine race was defeated, it was impossible for them to not leave behind informants in the Heavenspan world. The matter of 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands to deal with him shook the entire Heavenspan world. It was impossible for the divine race to not know. These few days, Yi Yuan had been moving around on the profound lineage's territory. On this day, he arrived at the central region of the profound lineage, heavenly war hunting ground. This place was the land where divine sons and divine daughters were selected. Chapter 2447. Three great heavenly Tao true marshals. Chapter 2447. Three great heavenly Tao true marshals. In the dense forest, there was a stretch of open ground. 5 or 6 men and women were currently carrying out a life and death fight. Terrifying dark marks bloomed in the dense forest, fighting incomparably fiercely. A quasi-divine son said in a solemn voice, "Yuan Ming, you have nowhere to run already. Hand over the Tao mark crystal, otherwise die." By the side, a quasi-divine daughter said coolly, "Yuan Ming, hand the Tao mark crystal to me. I'll guarantee you from death." When the others heard that, their faces changed. That person who was being ganged up on laughed wildly and said, "The Tao mark crystal is on me. You all come and take it if you have the ability." Humph, courting death. The few people were furious and attacked Yuan Ming at the same time. But right then, a layer of ripples surfaced in S.P.C. A powerful domain power suddenly erupted. The few people had no command over themselves and were directly pushed flying out, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yuan Ming was overjoyed. He already harbored the thought of certain death, did not expect that he was saved by someone in the end. "Many thanks for rescuing, Your Excellency." A figure slowly walked out, his aura illusory, making people unable to see clearly. However, the expressions of Yuan Ming and the other quasi-divine children changed wildly. "Human, who are you to actually dare barged into heavenly war hunting ground? Are you tired of living?" Yuan Ming and the others were incomparably shocked in their hearts. This place was the divine race's central region. So how could a mere human possibly arrive here without any sound? What were the lords doing? Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said, "Coolly, ask you all about someone. Tell me everything about her, and I'll spare you all from death." His words carried a tone that did not allow questioning. However, these divine children did not care at all. One of them sneered and said, "Brat, if you have the time to threaten us here, might as well hurry up and run. Heavenly War Hunting Ground has middle stage 9 marks powerhouses garrisoning. They must be currently on their way." Whose? H. Plus an invisible streak of sword energy came out. That quasi-divine child was already deader than dead before he even had time to react. "Divine daughter, Yumeng Li, I want to know everything about her here," Yi Yuan still said nonchalantly. The few people were frightened by Yi Yuan, each and every one of their complexions turning pale. That streak of sword energy just now was seriously too strong. That sort of power Serpa said their understanding of humans. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that quasi-divine daughter. The quasi-divine daughter's expression changed wildly, and she stammered, I never heard of this name before. Do not kill me." Puchi, the moment a cold light appeared, the divine daughter died. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the quasi-divine son next to her. That quasi-divine son seemed to be stared at by the G, O.D. of death, his hair standing on end. But right at this time, one powerful aura after another arrived with a howling, stepping on the air as they arrived. "Impudent! Who dares to cause havoc in the heavenly war hunting ground?" The arrival's voice was akin to a great bell, his aura extremely imposing. Yi Yuan looked towards the arrival, a hint of a smile flash. Plus ing across the corners of his mouth. Another old acquaintance. "Yi Yuan, why are you here?" When the arrival saw Yi Yuan, he could not help crying out in surprise. Even his voice changed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Xian, long time no see." The arrival was none other than precisely the divine son, who was pummeled heavily by Yi Yuan back then. It was Xian. Not seeing for many years, Xian's strength actually broke through to middle stage, 9 marks 2. Xian gave a cold laugh and said, I didn't expect that you actually have the ability to sneak into heavenly war hunting ground. Ha ha, it's just a shame that you're too stupid to actually expose your whereabouts here. These few years, Xian had been in charge of the Heavenly War Hunting Grounds Divine Children selection all along, and did not take part in the war between the two races. And the outside world's news also did not reach here. Hence, he did not know what kind of sensation Yi Yuan entering the Abyss world caused. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help laughing as he said, I think that you're mistaken. I didn't sneak in, but walked in openly. Xian laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, are you kidding me? Forget about you. Even your human race's Dao ancestors also don't dare to enter the Abyss world swaggeringly. You're actually telling me that you walked in openly? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, Looks like your intel is outdated enough. But Xian did not care, smiling coldly as he said, You're here to find Yumengli, right? She is no longer who she used to be. She's currently our divine race's divine daughter. She is Lord Tianqing's successor. In the future, she even has the possibility of reaching Lord Tianqing's height. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I've already met her. I didn't come to find her. I'm just here to inquire from people on how she lived in the divine race. Since you came, you can tell me about it. Xian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Why should I tell you? Back then, being defeated at your hands, I cultivated desperately after returning. It's for the sake of finding you to get revenge. I didn't expect that you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep. After I cripple you, I'll bring you in front of Yumengli and let her tell you herself. Ha ha. The defeat back then was a tremendous blow to Xian. After returning to the divine race, he cultivated desperately and entered deep into dangerous places several times, narrowly escaping death. His talent was extremely high to begin with, coupled with painstaking cultivation. That was how he broke through his bottlenecks repeatedly, reaching middle stage, 9 marks, heavenly Dao realm. Presently, he was already a top existence in the divine race. Such painstaking cultivation was all for Yi Yuan's sake. It was just that he did not know what kind of terrifying level the present Yi Yuan already reached. Xian knew that the divine race was defeated, but he did not know that they were defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. When everyone heard that, they all looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of surprise. So, it's this human who defeated Lord Xian back then. Ha ha, this guy is dead for sure. Lord Xian has really been cultivating desperately these few years. Not only did his cultivation soar, he even comprehended 3 kinds of heavenly Dao true martial. Now, among our divine race's same rank, there's no one who's Lord Xian's match at all. This boy is dead, for sure. The gazes that these people looked at Yi Yuan with were already like looking at a dead person. They all knew how much Lord Xian had put in his effort for today. Yi Yuan looked at Xian and shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Your strength indeed improved considerably, but it's just a pity that your intel is too outdated. All right, since you're not talking, then I'll beat you until you talk. Xian gave a cold laugh and said, You also broke through to the Deva realm? It's no use. The current me is no longer the me back then. Heavenly Dao, true martial, release. Void blade. It was only to see Xian reach his hand out and beckon. A golden-colored light blade condensed and formed in his hand. Feather of heavenly Dao, a pair of white-feathered wings, slowly spread, open behind his back. 9 heavens frost on the body of the void blade. There was actually an additional layer of light, white frost. The moment 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals emerged. The terrifying aura immediately swept throughout the entire heavenly war hunting ground. All of the divine sons and divine daughters inside were stirred. Everyone stopped cultivating one after another and looked toward these two people fighting fiercely in the air. Who is this to actually make Lord Exion unleash three great heavenly Tao true marshals? This guy is dead, for sure. A divine son said, with three great heavenly Tao true marshals, his might was boundless. Exion stood proudly in the air, akin to a celestial deity. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, Yi Yuan, these three great heavenly Tao true marshals are all prepared for you. The void blade can slash all things in the world. Feather of heavenly Tao can increase my speed tenfold. 9 heavens frost can freeze. S-P-A-C. You have no way of evading. Chapter 2448. Not a shameful thing. Chapter 2448. Not a shameful thing. Oh, is that so? Looks like it's indeed pretty scary. Facing Exion's three great heavenly Tao true marshals, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. It was only to see him extend a hand out casually, and he then called out, Sword, come. Then the sword of S-P-A-C team came into being. The oppressive chill made Exion's expression change. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually condense a light sword out of thin air too. Then let me see how strong the three great heavenly Tao true marshals targeting me are. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Exion's wrath was instantly ignited. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all. Courting death. Exion clenched his jaws tightly, the wings behind his back shaking slightly. His figure cut right through the void, arriving 1,000 feet in front of Yi Yuan. The speed was inconceivably swift, only to see his wrist turn. The void blade suddenly slashed, directly slicing open a hole in the void. At the same time, layers of frost appeared around Yi Yuan. The S-P-A-C around him was actually directly frozen. Three great heavenly Tao true marshals suddenly erupting. The power was truly formidable to the extreme. The surrounding divine children were all extremely excited. They were already brought into submission by Exion's strength. Die! Exion let out a loud roar. The void blade SLAs. H-I plussing down without hesitation. But right then, Yi Yuan moved. There was no Estonies. H-I plussing strike with a shocking commotion. Even spatial law was not used. He just met the void blade with a casual swing. The frost in front of him was directly sliced into two. The so-called imprisonment became a joke. Exion's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the light sword in Yi Yuan's hand was actually so sharp. In a blink of an eye, the blade and sword intersected. Crack, crack, crack. The void blade in Exion's hand actually produced fine cracks. Uffed. Exion seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person being blown away. The void blade in his hand fragmented inch by inch. With a frontal clash, three great heavenly Tao true marshals collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan won. Exion spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, eyes looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone was transfixed, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. Three great heavenly Tao true marshals, cultivation realm-winning Yi Yuans. He was actually completely defeated with one exchange. This was too ridiculous, right? And no way, right? Lord Exion couldn't even receive a single move. Lord Exion is already a top existence among 9 Mark's powerhouses. He was actually leapfrogged by a human in cultivation realm and then defeated. Who is he? When did such a prodigious powerhouse appear in the human race? The divine children felt that their worldview had completely crumbled. The powerful divine race was actually defeated by a human. This is the result of your hard work over these years. Really weak. Yi Yuan brandished his sword and cornered Yi Yuan, a look of disappointment on his face. Xian was indeed very strong. It was just that he was not even as good as the Daymeld after getting injured. How could he be his match? Let alone that the current Yi Yuan was also much stronger compared to when he just broke through. Xian had a look that was battered out of his senses. He cultivated bitterly for so long, narrowly escaping death several times. What he waited for was today. Ever since the last defeat, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years, and he originally thought that he could avenge himself. Who would have expected that he lost in a single exchange? The three great heavenly Tao true marshals were weak like a pile of sand sculptures in front of Yi Yuan, crumbling at a touch. Before taking action, he felt that he was strong to the extreme. But after attacking, just as Yi Yuan said, he was too weak. Impossible. How can I lose to you? This is impossible. How much hearts? I plus P have I suffered these few years. It was for the sake of defeating you. I won't lose. I won't lose. Xian roared angrily. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, You only cared about cultivating. You probably don't know how many major events happened outside these few years. If you knew, you wouldn't be so naive anymore. But it all doesn't matter. Tell me about Lier's affairs, or die. Yi Yuan's words were said very lightly, as if they were friends engaging in small talk. But anyone could tell that he did not mind killing Xian off. Xian and Nine Origin were both the chief culprits who took Lier away back then. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest psychological burden in killing him. Humph. Kill if you want to. Even if I die, I won't tell you a single word too. Xian roared angrily. Oh, go and die then. Yi Yuan just gave a nonchalant. Oh. The Sword of S.P. A C-team was moving forward, and it was about to kill. The expressions of the divine children changed wildly, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed, disappearing from his original spot with a teleport. S.P.A.C. trembled slightly. An old man stepped out of the void in front of Xian. Appearing together with him was also Origin Guard. The moment this old man in front of him appeared, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure. This old man looked just like an ordinary old man. Too ordinary. Then there was only one explanation. This old man was too strong. The old man said with a laugh, Ho ho, well deserving of being the Saint Azure of Eternity. Such keen insight. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, You're the profound lineage's progenitor? The old man nodded slightly and admitted, This old man is Origin Smile. I'm precisely the profound lineage's progenitor. Xian had a shocked face. He did not expect that it actually alarmed Lord Progenitor. Lord Origin Smile. I lost face for the profound lineage. Xian knelt down and kowtowed, as he said. Origin Smile said, smilingly, There's no shame in losing to Saint Azure. Get up. Xian had a dumbfounded look, uncertain what it meant. Origin Guard motioned for him not to talk and to just listen by the side. Origin Smile looked toward Yi Yuan and said, with how honorable Saint Azure's status is, don't haggle over things with juniors. Lier is different from them and isn't cultivating in heavenly war hunting ground. You can't inquire about anything too. Why not go to this old man's place? This old man will tell you everything. How about it? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tightly, very unhappy with Origin Smile's form of address. However, he still nodded his head and said, Okay, please. Origin Smile turned sideways slightly and made an inviting hand gesture. Yi Yuan did not say a word, figure moving, merging into the void. Everyone present was dumbfounded, all the way until Origin Smile's figure disappeared. The entire heavenly war hunting ground was deathly silent. Lord Progenitor was actually so polite to a human, there was no mistake, right? Especially Exian. His pair of eyes were almost popping out. He thought that Progenitor came to help him kill Yi Yuan. In the end, he was so courteous toward Yi Yuan. Lord Origengard, what's going on here? Exian asked dumbfoundedly. Origengard sighed and said, Yi Yuan is no longer the original Yi Yuan. You've been in close seclusion cultivation all along these few years and don't know what happened in the outside world. Our divine race's defeat was thanks to him. Origengard did not hide anything either, briefly recounting Yi Yuan's matter. Finished saying, Origengard patted Exian's shoulder and said with a sigh, losing to him isn't something disgraceful. You have to know, even the human race's 9 great Tao ancestors suffered a big loss to him. Otherwise, with his cultivation realm, how can he dare enter the abyss world? Finished saying, Origengard turned around and left. Exian's entire person was frozen there, feeling like his entire person was unwell. Anyone who heard about Yi Yuan's affairs would probably not be fine. Exian was merely having the same reaction of Origengard back then. One calling her Lier. Chapter 2449, Realm of 10 Marks. Chapter 2449, Realm of 10 Marks. Amidst an ethereal mountainous landscape, there were pavilions and terraces, with the spiritual energy being extremely oppressive. Yi Yuan followed Origin Smile to this place, and could not help being greatly surprised. This place actually had spiritual energy, seemingly detecting Yi Yuan's surprise. Origin Smile said smilingly, devilish energy and spiritual energy are both a type of heaven and earth energy. They can actually be converted into each other. This sort of thing isn't something that only you can do. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing understanding. It was just that who could know the shock in Origin Smile's heart. This sounded simple, but apart from the few of them progenitors, no one in the divine race could do it. But he already noticed previously that Yi Yuan was constantly refining the devilish energy to cultivate. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's understanding of heaven and earth energy already reached the level of them, these progenitors. This was too terrifying. This Saint Azure was exuding abnormality all over his body. Even he, this progenitor, could not see through him. The two took their seats between the mountains and rivers. Yi Yuan sat opposite of Origin Smile calmly, without the slightest fear. To bystanders, being so close to a progenitor was equivalent to seeking death. But to him, Origin Smile was not much different from ordinary people. If Origin Smile had any malicious intent, Yi Yuan only needed to stir his thoughts, and he would be able to leave. Within his domain, he made the call. How is Lier different from them? Yi Yuan went straight to the point. Origin Smile did not answer. He smiled and said, Saint Azure and Little Li are a pair of dragon and phoenix among men, being a match made in heaven and earth. As long as you can join our divine race, you guys will be able to continue your former fated relations. I plus P. So why bother working yourself to the bone for those few despicable villains? Those few villains that Origin Smile was talking about were naturally referring to the 9 great Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan knew that this matter naturally could not hide from the divine race's progenitors. Yi Yuan's contributions were high until it shocked the world. His accomplishments surpassed said ancient and modern times, but he was framed by the 9 great Tao ancestors, becoming the human race's traitor. Who could tolerate this sort of thing? If it were ordinary people, the divine race would naturally disdain to rope in. But Yi Yuan was different. He was Saint Azure. Furthermore, wanting to rope Yi Yuan in, now was the best time. As long as Yi Yuan defected to the divine race, the human race would definitely be defeated. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Put away your little ulterior thoughts. I, Yi Yuan, am not working for anyone. I only seek to have a clear conscience. The few of them aren't qualified enough to make me sell my life." Origin Smile was indifferent and said smilingly, "But however vast the world is, there's already no place for you to stay. The human race's destruction won't take long either." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Even if the human race is defeated, I'll also send you all back into the abyss again in the future." The smile on Origin Smile froze, feeling like the topic could not quite continue anymore. This guy was really impervious to everything. He was somewhat unable to understand why a guy who was abandoned by his race was so stubborn. "You're very confident, huh? It's just that you probably don't know how strong Tianqing is. Furthermore, in the near future, we'll also have one more Tianqing-level powerhouse." Origin Smile said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said with a frown, "You're talking about Lear?" Origin Smile nodded and said, "That's right. Didn't you ask, how is she different from the rest? She is the same as Tianqing. She is of the innate Tao physique that's one of its kind. Haha, those few Tao ancestors of your human race think that we're apprehensive of their Tao ancestors' strength. Actually, that's not the case at all. We're just waiting for little Li's rise. At that time, with 2 Tianqings, what will your human race use to stop?" Even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not help drawing a cold breath. He did not think that Liur's talent was actually so powerful. No wonder the last time he saw her, she actually gave him a sense of danger. One had to know he already broke through to creation realm at that time. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "If she's not cultivating at heavenly war hunting ground, then where is she cultivating?" "Ancestral land. Right now, Tianqing is personally teaching her. With her rate of improvement, before long, she'll be able to become our divine race's second 10 marks realm." Origin Smile said. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, and he cried out in surprise, "10 marks realm." Origin Smile nodded and said with a smile, "The 7 of us great progenitors are all at the grand completion 9 marks heavenly Tao realm. Only Tianqing strode across the shackles of 9 marks, reaching the realm of 10 marks. He is undying and imperishable. Ho ho, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong, but facing Tianqing, you still have no chance of winning. How formidable was Grand Ancestor S.P. a C-team back then? Wasn't he powerless against Tianqing too? I know that your talent is even greater than Grand Ancestor S.P. a C-teams. It's just that at the very most, you can at best tie with him. That's all. The human race only have 1 Saint Azure, but my divine race has 2 Tianqings. Even if the human race produced Yi Yuan, this level of talent, who could rule the world, the divine race would never give up on retaking the Heavenspan world too. They were still BRIMMING with confidence. Where did their reliance lie? Tianqing, the realm of 10 marks. This was an insurmountable existence. This was an undying and imperishable myth. Even if it was Saint Azure, he could at most fight to a draw, with Tianqing too. The divine race was not afraid. Origin Smile looked at Yi Yuan with a smile on his face. He weighed the pros and cons, hoping that Yi Yuan could change his mind. After all, the human race already had nothing worthy of him being reluctant to part anymore. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever person and knew which side to choose. This doomsday battle was a war without the least bit of suspense from that moment when the divine race obtained Lear. However, after Yi Yuan experienced the initial shock, he slowly raised his head and looked at Origin Smile meaningfully and said with a smile, "In your mind, I can only fight to a draw with Tianqing. Origin Smile chuckled and said, I know what you want to say. Those few guys are already possessed by the devil to actually believe this sort of thing. Or is it that you really believe that you can become a sovereign above Tao ancestors? No one can transcend worldliness in this world. In Origin Smile's view, this rumor was just a wishful thinking of the 9 great Tao ancestors. It was just that they did not know how much research Lin Chaotian had done on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was an ordinary genius, how could he have entered his arcane sites? The Heavenspan, world's spiritual energy being resurrected, Heavenspan Mountain's phantom, an unusual cultivation realm. It all proved his conjecture. Otherwise, how could Lin Chaotian make a move to target Yi Yuan at the risk of universal condemnation? The allure of breaking the shackles was seriously too great, especially to them. These Tao ancestors, this sort of allure was simply irresistible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also don't know if I can transcend worldliness or not, but I won't let the divine race enslave the human race again. This is my bottom line. If you all want to return to the last epoch, then step over my dead body. As he said, he slowly got up and said coolly, All right, dissidence of opinion makes it useless to talk. Looks like we have nothing to talk about. I want to see Tianqing. Clearly, Origin Smile could not convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan likewise could not convince Origin Smile. The desperate struggle between the 2 races would not change because of him, Yi Yuan alone. And Yi Yuan's attitude would also never change. Even if Liu would become the second Tianqing, it was also unable to change Yi Yuan's determination to protect the human race. However, Yi Yuan's objective in coming to the Abyss world was to understand the reason for Liu's change. He needed to see Tianqing. Chapter 2450, You Hurt Me and Laughed It Off. Chapter 2450, You Hurt Me and Laughed It Off. Stepping into this valley, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure. This kind of pressure, Yi Yuan did not even feel before on the 9 great Tao ancestors' bodies. On both sides were rows of statues of different shapes and colors. The oppression emanating off each statue was actually no less than late-stage 9 Mark's powerhouses. Yi Yuan had seen the appearance of these statues before. It was precisely those 8 statues that he saw at the hidden lineage. It was just that the statues here were of different shapes, but much more complex than the hidden lineage. Sing through this corridor of statues. Yi Yuan arrived at the entrance of a huge cave. The terrifying undulation that he felt came from precisely here. Yi Yuan knew that this place was where the divine race's truly powerful secret lied. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave, making Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned stiff. You came? Yu Mengli opened her mouth and said. Her tone was still indescribably distant. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Emen, I came to see what turns you into like this. Yu Mengli said coolly, This is how I am originally. In the past, it's just that I didn't awaken. Yi Yuan's heart felt pain without any cause, but he still said, I'll bring you home. Yu Mengli did not speak, but her expression was indescribably contemptuous. At this time, the old man next to her smiled and said, You're Yi Yuan? Ho ho, this old man waited for 10 billion years in order to see you. The old man's smile was very contorted. The aura on his entire person was very messy, a little hideous and unsightly. He looked like he suffered very serious injuries. However, Yi Yuan did not remember that he had met him before. Oh, why do you want to see me? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. The old man's expression suddenly became extremely savage, and he said with a strange smile, Why do I want to see you? Jeej. It's you who made this old man suffer 10 billion years of torment in the ancestral land. It's you who made this old look neither like a human nor a ghost. Why do you think this old man wants to see you?" A terrifying aura instantly spread out, locking onto Yi Yuan instantaneously. That imposing aura was actually not much weaker than Origin Smile. This old man was actually an existence close to a progenitor. However, Yi Yuan's countenance did not change when facing the 9 great Tao ancestors. So why would he fear an old man? He just shrugged and said coolly, "How would I know? What does the torment you suffered have to do with me?" Yi Yuan's expression triggered the old man deeply. He suddenly became incomparably berserk and said with a furious roar, "You caused this old man to become like this, and still dare to laugh it off, because you and that heavenly emperor profound secrets hid from this old man's surveillance. This old man suffered the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces here for 10 billion years because of self-condemnation. You dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" The current old man had bloodshot eyes and was incomparably maniacal, almost rampaging. Clearly, he hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. And Yi Yuan finally discerned a clue. He revealed a faint look of enlightenment and said, "So, your celestial master Miluo." Yi Yuan had once heard of this celestial master Miluo from Jian Rufeng. Back then, although Jian Rufeng and celestial master Miluo did not have a frontal confrontation, they had crossed swords secretly for countless years. It was just that celestial master Miluo himself was not aware. However, Jian Rufeng also had the greatest esteem for this celestial master Miluo, lauding his divination arts with praises unceasingly. Jian Rufeng was also merely a hair's breadth stronger than celestial master Miluo. Hence, he had to borrow the power of 100 Jian family powerhouses before he could S.H.I. plus ELD Heaven's secrets. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan had once appeared before and had also once attracted celestial master Miluo's attention. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan traveled across time, and S.P.A.C. Heaven's secrets were fleeting and ephemeral. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan himself was incomparably unpredictable. Therefore, celestial master Miluo could not find him at all. Furthermore, the time that Yi Yuan appeared was extremely short. Later on, he even disappeared. Therefore, Miluo never met Yi Yuan before at all. However, it was precisely these 2 guys that he had never seen before who made him suffer endless humiliation, making him suffer the agony of being sliced to 1,000 pieces in the ancestral land. This misery, only he himself understood it. What was even more infuriating was that he was defeated without rhyme or reason. He did not even know who his opponent was. Only all the way until recently, when the legend of Azure and profound dual saints came to light among the human race, did celestial master Miluo woke up like a dream, combining with the heavenly Tao that he divined back then. It was not difficult for celestial master Miluo to divine that Yi Yuan was precisely the person that he kept looking for back then, but could not find. Today, when he saw Yi Yuan, this fury could not be contained any longer and erupted. "Jeej, brat, turns out that you know this old man, huh? You caused this old man to have no peace for 10 billion years. Today, you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep. You can't be forgiven." Celestial master Miluo said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan had a sad expression on his face as he said, "Sorry about it, causing you to become like this. I blame myself very much in my heart." Celestial master Miluo sneered and said, "It's too late to blame yourself now." Yi Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and said excitedly, "Not too late, not too late. I blame myself that you're not miserable enough yet to actually run into you today. It's really great." Celestial master Miluo's expression changed wildly, and he roared, "Courting death." A terrifying aura instantly erupted. Celestial master Miluo raised his hand and it was a punch. The entire SPAC started trembling. The horrifying power of heavenly Tao directly constricted the SPAC, where Yi Yuan was standing to the extreme. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and his figure flashed, instantly disappearing from where he was. Boom! Celestial Master Miluo's punch missed, and his expression could not help changing wildly. Brat, I see where you can run to in my divine race's ancestral land. Boom! 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 Celestial Master Miluo completely erupted, hitting until the void trembled. However, this ancestral land's SPAC seemed to be protected by some inexplicable power. It actually did not collapse. It was just that no matter how hard Celestial Master Miluo attacked, he could not touch a corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Celestial Master Miluo, you surveyed the world for the divine race. Have you counted how many have died at your hands directly and indirectly? The crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. These 10 billion years aren't even enough to redeem your crimes. Do you feel pain now? Then those myriad races geniuses who died in your hands, do you understand their pain? Yi Yuan's words were full of disdain. Celestial Master Miluo surveyed the world and was also the most notorious executioner at that time. The myriad races geniuses that died at his hands were simply beyond counting. How could these crimes be what 10 billion years could redeem? Yi Yuan felt that it was not enough. Celestial Master Miluo roared angrily, Rubbish, H, plus my divine race towers above the myriad races. Those ants actually dared to rebel against my divine race. Death isn't regrettable. But Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Is that so? Looks like you hate me very much. Then I appeared in front of you, and you also can't finish me off. Does it feel very uncomfortable? Is the divine race very impressive? You, a progenitor CLA. S powerhouse, can't even take care of me. This new Deva realm? Really disgraceful. Sure enough, Celestial Master Miluo was driven crazy by Yi Yuan's words. His so many years of humiliation finally found a place to vent. Now, he actually could not do anything to the other party. Nothing was more maddening than this. Chapter 2451. Have you given up? Chapter 2451. Have you given up? Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. If you're a man, have an open and above-board fight with this old man. Celestial Master Miluo roared angrily. He already unleashed all of his abilities and even employed Heavenly Tao True Martial. His Heavenly Tao True Martial could predict his opponent's next move, and it was extremely accurate. It was just a pity that it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. He could never determine where Yi Yuan would appear in the next second. Using coming and going like a shadow to describe Yi Yuan could not be more apartment, and the SPAC that he sealed off was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could always escape his lockdown easily. Celestial Master Miluo was practically going insane. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Old fogey, pretending to be a man with me? If you have the capabilities, suppress your cultivation realm to the initial stage, 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm. I guarantee that I'll beat you until even your mum can't recognize you. The corners of Celestial Master Miluo's mouth twitched slightly, almost exploding. With Yi Yuan's combat power, if he was in the same realm, he could only be crushed. He became completely demotivated, unable to hit him, and also could not win in a quarrel. How to play? By the side. Yu Mumli's gaze flickered indeterminately, not knowing what she was thinking about either. However, she did not make a move all along, just quietly watching. Right then, a voice slowly came from the cave. Miluo, let him enter. You can't deal with him. Miluo's expression changed slightly. Finally, he still gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, yes. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, continue blaming yourself, then. It's best that you blame yourself for another 10 billion years. At that time, perhaps your crimes can be lessened a little. Of course, if you stop condemning yourself, I'll lend you a helping hand in the future. Finished saying, he walked away, leaving behind Miluo, who had an angry expression. Yu Mengli hesitated for a moment and also followed into the cave. She led Yi Yuan through the cave. Ahead, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life hit him head-on. This kind of aura seemed to be like an eternal existence, as if overriding above all life. The further ahead he went, the more Yi Yuan felt an archaic aura, which simply made people prostrate in wars. H+P. Gradually, an underground hall entered Yi Yuan's eyes. A tall and straight back currently had his back facing Yi Yuan, kneeling in front of the 8G-OD statues. Yi Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the 8G-OD statues, and his mind was shocked. At this moment, that kind of aura that towered above all life was exceptionally strong. The 8G-OD statues seemed to have souls. They were looking at him too. Those gazes attacked straight at the heart. At this moment, Yi Yuan actually had an impulse to wars. H+P. These 8G-OD statues wanted to make him submit. Yi Yuan's mind shook greatly, hurriedly mustering the heavenly Tao power of the lesser heavenspan mountain to deal with this power. Swaz. H. Plus that man who had his back facing Yi Yuan suddenly launched an attack at this moment, throwing a punch over. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Yuan. The terrifying pressure was virtually cruce. H+, in Yi Yuan into a meat pancake, making him feel asphyxiated. Too strong. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately urging spatial law. Boom. The place where Yi Yuan was standing, there was a violent tremor in S.P.A.C., but the current Yi Yuan switched positions with that man. The man's attack missing, he did not pursue, but withdraw his aura instead and stood with his hands behind his back, sizing Yi Yuan up with interest. Well deserving of being Saint Azure. This ancestor's attack, even if a Tao ancestor was here, it would be too late to avoid it too. I didn't expect that you could actually resist the heavenly might of the 8G-OD and avoid this strike of mine. I'm very curious. How did you do it? The man said with a faint smile. This strike earlier, he did not hold back. Furthermore, this place had the blessing of the 8G-OD statues. The S.P.A.C. was extremely stable. Under such a S.P.A.C., wanting to use spatial law to evade attacks was doubly difficult, let alone that the 8G-OD statue's heavenly might was irresistible. Even if a Tao ancestor was here, they would surely be affected too. This strike earlier was absolutely a certain kill blow in the eyes of the man. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still evaded it? Yi Yuan frowned and looked at the man and said, "You're Tianqing?" The man said coolly, "That's right. It's precisely this ancestor. Speaking of which, this ancestor still has to thank you. If not for you restoring the chaotic S.P.A.C. team, this ancestor will probably still be exiled in the S.P.A.C. team turbulence." This man was the divine race sovereign who made the heavenspan world tremble, the one and only 10 marks powerhouse. He was Tianqing. This blow earlier looked simple, but actually it was incredibly lethal. Yi Yuan deeply felt his power, because that strike earlier, it actually affected his chaos world. The current Yi Yuan had his vital energy and blood surging, the chaos world being in havoc. It could be seen to what degree the power of this punch was strong until Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart and said with a sigh, "I still underestimated the heroes of the world. The force of his fist already reached the level of Tao and can affect my chaos world through spatial nodes. Truly inconceivable." Fortunately, Tianqing did not have the intention of continuing to attack. Otherwise, whether or not he could walk out of the abyss world was still unknown. Clearly, Tianqing was wary of Yi Yuan too. Earlier, he was just testing a little to see if Yi Yuan was really as impressive as the rumors. If he really killed Yi Yuan, it would naturally be over. Who would have thought that he actually still failed? Yi Yuan could not even be killed in the ancestral land. It went even more without saying outside. However, by the side, Celestial Master Miluo and Yumengli were dumbfounded with shock. Especially Celestial Master Miluo, his mouth opened wide and could not close for a long time. He had never seen Tianqing fail before. Even if facing Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team back then, Tianqing's attacks would never miss too. No one could avoid his punch. The Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team who comprehended S.P.A.C. team law to the extreme could not either, but Yi Yuan actually evaded it. How shocking was this? In his view, Yi Yuan entering the ancestral land was completely an act of seeking death. But who knew that even the divine race's strongest, Tianqing, could not do anything to Yi Yuan? Was this guy really so amazing? The fact was, he really was humph. No need to say thanks. One day, I'll personally kill you with my own hands. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort, but when Tianqing heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, someone capable of killing me. There wasn't any in the past, and there also won't be any in the future. To tell you the truth, unless these 8G.O.DS come to life, otherwise no one in the Heavenspan world can kill me. I know that your talent is very strong, but it's useless. This ancestor is undying and imperishable. You can't kill me. In the future, at best, this ancestor will dread you to some extent. That's all." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then let's wait and see." Tianqing shook his head slightly, seemingly not willing to argue about this. His confidence stemmed from his strength that was powerful until it was heaven-defying. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. You came for Little Li. Do you understand it now? Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "My divine race is a race favored by heaven. These 8G.O.DS are precious gifts from heaven, letting us stand above all life. Little Li is someone of the divine race. She's proud of being a member of the divine race, and she'll also fight for the divine race. So, have you given up?" Chapter 2452. Goodness me, got swindled. Chapter 2452. Goodness me, got swindled. These 8G.O.D statues in front of him seemed to have a kind of magical power. Yi Yuan looked at them and had a feeling of facing the Heavenspan mountain. Strong. Ridiculously strong. What was the origin of these 8G.O.D statues? If not for Yi Yuan having the lesser Heavenspan mountain, he would not have been able to resist the powerful pressure of these 8G.O.D statues at all, and would have long surrendered. One had to know, even when Yi Yuan was facing the 9 great Tao ancestors, he did not employ the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. These 8G.O.D statues were incredibly mysterious. Yi Yuan ignored Tianqing, but sized the 8G.O.D statues up hard. These idols were definitely the key to solving the problem with Lear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked over toward the first idol. This idol was incomparably ferocious, an appearance of baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. Its right hand was even holding a fork, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan walked in step by step. The power of that idol also became greater and greater, especially the expression on the idol. It seemed to have changed, becoming unbelievably angry. He seemed to feel that this ant in front of him actually dared to be impudent in front of him. Tianqing watched this scene calmly and did not stop it. Yu Mengli frowned a little and said, "Lord Tianqing." Tianqing extended his hand to interrupt Yu Mengli's words and said, "Coolly, I know what you want to say, and also know that you still have feelings for him. But this is his own choice. Furthermore, although this ancestor isn't afraid of him, I also don't wish for the human race to have an existence that can rival this ancestor to appear. You understand?" Yu Mengli's face revealed a reluctant look and closed both eyes in pain. Although she firmly believed that she was a member of the divine race, being completely devoted to the divine race, her nature was not wiped out. She was still that Yu Mengli. She still loved Yi Yuan deeply. It was just that she knew Yi Yuan's character. It was impossible to defect to the divine race for her. And it was also impossible for her to return to the human race because of Yi Yuan. Therefore, she chose to restrain her feelings. But when Yi Yuan faced life and death, she still could not bear it. Yi Yuan approached step by step. The entire hall was trembling. Furthermore, the trembling grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan had the help of the lesser heavenspan mountain and did not fear the coercion of the idol at all. Facing the coercion of the 8 idols, the Tai Chi diagram faintly lit up behind him and was actually trying to fight back. But the more so, the stronger the reaction of the 8 idols. Even the expression on Tianqing's face also became solemn as he said with a frown, "This brat actually still has the strength to fight back in front of the 8G. Oh, DS. However, he dares to provoke the 8G. Oh, DS. There's only a road that leads to death." That was right. Yi Yuan was provoking the 8 idols, wanting to figure out the secret of the D statues. Ordinary methods were definitely useless. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to see just what the these 8 idols were. It was just that this scene was tantamount to playing with fire and burning oneself in the view of Tianqing and the others. The closer he got, the more Yi Yuan felt the terrifying pressure. The 8 idols were clearly already furious to the extreme. The entire great hall's trembling became even more intense. Rumble! Suddenly, the 8 idols emitted a dazzling light at the same time, illuminating the entire great hall like daytime. An enormous vortex condensed and formed above the great hall. A powerful to the extreme suction force suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan's physical body did not have many abnormalities, but his divine soul was actually going to leave his body involuntarily. Yi Yuan's heart shook greatly, wanting to teleport away. However, this suction force was too terrifying. He could not teleport at all. With this, it really stabbed the hornet's nest. The power of these 8 idols, they were much stronger than he imagined. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help opening his mouth wide. It was still his first time seeing that the idols would be so enraged. As for the 3 of them, they did not feel much. The divine race had long already unified spirit and body. This vortex did not target them. However, Yu Mengli's expression changed wildly. Her figure moved, about to go over and save Yi Yuan. Previously, she did not save because she knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to protect himself. But now, she could not continue watching anymore. However, a powerful suction came whistling from the rear. She was actually unable to move an inch forward anymore. Tianqing did not allow her to take action. Lord Tianqing. Yu Mengli turned around and glared. Tianqing was unmoved and said coolly, Do you want to disobey the 8 extreme divinities? 8 extreme divinities was the name of these 8 idols. Yu Mengli had a conflicted look, looking towards Yi Yuan in pain, while over there, Yi Yuan also saw this scene earlier, and the corners of his mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, Lear's heart had not changed. With this, it was enough. Although he encountered a dangerous situation, Yi Yuan did not regret it. He could forget his own safety and brave dangers for Mu Lingxue, so he could naturally also throw away his life for Lear. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine soul was forcefully pulled out of his physical body, like plucking a carrot. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's divine soul was akin to a wild horse that ran away and was sucked into the vortex in a blink of an eye. After this, everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's physical body was standing there, motionless. 2 rows of clear tears fell down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. She fell to the ground softly. It was as if all of her strength was drained. Ha ha, dead. This D.A.M.N. brat is finally dead. Provoking the Lord divinities? This serves him right. But when Celestial Master Miluo saw this scene, he let out a wild laugh. He was previously toyed with by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. 10 billion years of humiliation, but it was still humiliation to this day. But now he was taken care of by the 8 extreme divinities. How could he not be delighted? Even Tianqing also spat out a turbid breath slightly, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Clearly, Yi Yuan's existence still gave him tremendous pressure. Now that Yi Yuan was dead, he could finally make a move against the human race without worrying. Miluo, destroy his physical body. It's also considered to have drawn a conclusion to your 10 billion years of humiliation, Tianqing slowly said. Haha, all right. Celestial Master Miluo said with a sinister smile. These 10 billion years of torture made him become a little neurotic. Now that he had this opportunity, he had a morbid pleasure. He walked towards Yi Yuan step by step, a hint of cruelty at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's head was slumped, still maintaining the same posture as before, motionless. Celestial Master Miluo got closer and closer and turned his palm up. A powerful force rolled in the palm of his hand. With this palm landing, Yi Yuan's physical body would probably be shattered. Jeej, brat, who asked you to show off? Is Saint Azure very impressive? My divine race is the race favored by heaven. You provoked the 8 extreme divinities. It's angering heaven. How can heaven tolerate you? Go and die. While laughing strangely, Celestial Master Miluo's palm fell down, smacking toward Yi Yuan's head. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head. There was a grayish-white color in his eyes. Celestial Master Miluo originally came in a threatening manner, but currently he jumped greatly in fright. He really jumped up. Goodness me, swindled. Celestial Master Miluo cried out strangely and hurriedly jumped away. Tianqing's expression changed and looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he exclaimed, what in the world is going on? Chapter 2453. Don't provoke him. Chapter 2453. Don't provoke him. Swaz. H. Plus the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, Celestial Master Miluo's hair stood on end, a feeling of danger suddenly arising. Behind him, a terrifying force was currently erupting. The void shook. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared 100 feet behind Celestial Master Miluo, and his hand was already holding the limitless G-O-D killing bow and sort of S-P-A-C team. The arrow was on the bow. It was only to see his fingers loosen. An incomparably sharp, cold light erupted in an instant. at such a close distance, forcefully resisting the sword of S.P. A C team released by the limitless G.O.D. killing bow. The power could be imagined. All of these happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, inconceivably fast. Clearly, the gray pupil Yi Yuan had already planned everything. In an instant, Celestial Master Miluo did not have time to turn around. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the power of protection instantly released. This sudden scene, even Tianqing did not react to it. Everything happened too suddenly. Boom. It was only to hear a loud noise. Celestial Master Miluo's body was directly blasted flying. It was also that his strength was too strong. Otherwise, with this sword, even if it was a Deva Fifth Blight, they would have to die with regrets too. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's calculation ability was unparalleled in the world. An ice-cold personality unleashed his calculation ability to the extreme. Swaz. H. Plus the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more, escaping into the chaos world once again. When he appeared again, he already caught up to Celestial Master Miluo again. It was just that, at this time, Tianqing already reacted to it. His figure suddenly disappeared, arriving behind Yi Yuan in the blink of an eye. If Yi Yuan killed Miluo, he would kill Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared again. Dodging this strike, Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, immensely shocked. The feeling that this gray pupil Yi Yuan gave him was even more dangerous than earlier. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's cultivation realm and strength, it was completely impossible to harm Celestial Master Miluo, even if under the circumstances that he was caught off guard. But Yi Yuan's timing was grasped too brilliantly. He made use of the time when everyone was stunned and instantly controlled everything. Miluo was seriously injured, harming someone right under Tianqing's eyelids. Who he harmed was even Celestial Master Miluo, this kind of quasi-progenitor level expert. This sort of thing, probably only the gray pupil Yi Yuan could do it. Tianqing looked at the gray pupil Yi Yuan with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" While Yumengli looked out of sorts and muttered, It's him." He appeared again. Who on earth are you?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "That fool, always acting on impulse. In the end, he needs this eminence to come out and clean up his mess." Finished saying this, he looked at Tianqing again and said coldly, "Don't doubt your eyes. I'm Yi Yuan. We're of one body and two sides. It's just that this guy normally suppresses me. Now, his divine soul is sucked away. So this eminence can finally come out. You listen up. This eminence will cultivate in the heaven lineage. Don't let people come and disturb me. Otherwise, not even chickens and dogs will be spared below late stage. 9 marks heavenly Tao." Finished saying, gray pupil Yi Yuan flashed and directly left the ancestral land, leaving behind the 3 people who were dumbfounded with shock. Tianqing's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was actually threatened by someone. This heaven-span world's #1 person, was actually threatened by someone. Poor work. Celestial Master Miluo spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, gasping heavily for air. Clearly, he had sustained extremely severe injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Tianqing, this guy actually dared to threaten you. He must be killed." Tianqing's face became black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a solemn voice, "How to kill? Didn't you notice? This Yi Yuan's calculation ability is extremely terrifying. His threat is even greater than that Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, this Yi Yuan doesn't have the slightest emotion at all. If we really provoke him, he'll really kill off the entire heaven lineage." Celestial Master Miluo's complexion was deathly pale, and he said gloomily, could it be that nothing can be done about him? Tianqing sighed slightly and said, forget it, let him be. He didn't leave. He should be waiting for that Yi Yuan previously to come out. For some reason, Tianqing suddenly somewhat missed that Yi Yuan a short while ago. That Yi Yuan would consider the feelings between Yu Mingli and would not kill the innocent indiscriminately. But this Yi Yuan was completely different. He could feel the gray pupil Yi Yuan's iciness. That sort of iciness made even him feel somewhat piercing to the bone. He did not doubt in the slightest that the gray pupil Yi Yuan would really kill off his clansmen. The gray pupil Yi Yuan would only calculate and not talk about feelings. This type of person was the most troublesome. Furthermore, by relying on the calm to the extreme calculation ability, wanting to catch the gray pupil Yi Yuan was even more impossible. Hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, Tianqing could only be threatened. It was just that Tianqing was a little curious. Why did the gray pupil Yi Yuan have the confidence, thinking that the Yi Yuan before could still come out? One had to know this was the 8 extreme divinities, the 8 divinities who created the powerful divine race. Celestial Master Miluo opened his mouth wide, his face in disbelief. Why did he take this? It in vain? But thinking about that scene just now, he also shuddered a little without it being cold. It was also that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. Otherwise, that hit earlier, he would have long already fallen. That strike earlier was too strong. Tianqing looked towards Yu Mingli and asked, "You've seen before this gray pupil Yi Yuan? What's going on?" Yu Mingli shook her head and said, "I also don't know what's going on, but this gray pupil Yi Yuan is very strong. Don't provoke him. The gray pupil Yi Yuan seems to have extremely terrifying judgment, and he can control everything on the battlefield. When Nine Origin brought me back to the clan back, then Yi Yuan turned into this state in the end. Then he forcefully knocked Nine Origin down by a major cultivation realm with the realm of Empyrean. When the two people heard that, they both had solemn looks on their faces. Indeed, not to be provoked, a human Empyrean leapfrogged a major cultivation realm and beat Nine Origin, who was already late-stage 8 marks at that time, into a wretched state. This sort of combat power was simply appalling to hear. Even if it was Tianqing, it was impossible to do it too. In the heaven lineage, it completely exploded. A human punk actually occupied the place with the strongest spiritual energy and started cultivating as if no one else was present. King H. E. L. L. Too arrogant. Punk, what nerves you have to dare behave wildly at my heaven lineage. Punk, quickly scream. Otherwise, when the lords come, you're dead for sure. Still not going? I think that you're courting death. Swuz. H. Plus a streak of cold light flashed past. Then he died. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement, looking at this scene in disbelief. You occupied our territory and still dared to kill our divine race's people? Too arrogant. One powerful aura after another arrived with a howl. The heaven lineage's powerhouses rushed over one by one. This brat from the human race was really too arrogant, completely not taking the divine race seriously at all. Punk, this progenitor gives you one last chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The one talking was Tianqing, heaven lineage's second-generation ancestor. His status in the heaven lineage was second only to Tianqing. His combat power was also second only to him, virtually rivaling the 7 lineages' progenitors. No one felt that there was a problem with him saying this. But right then, a thunderous voice rolled over from the direction of the ancestral land. Tianqing, let him cultivate on profound heaven ridge. Instruct all the clansmen. Don't provoke him. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Chapter 2454. True gold isn't afraid of fire. Chapter 2454. True gold isn't afraid of fire. This was a brightly colored world. As far as the eye could see, it was full of light dots with different colors. Very pretty, but Yi Yuan had a creepy feeling. These are the power of the divine soul? No, wait. Like the power of the divine soul, but also not. These light dots seemed to be something in the divine soul. Yi Yuan looked at the spectacular scenery before his eyes as he said in shock. His soul attainments were extremely powerful. Along with his strength stepping into creation realm, his divine soul already climbed to an extremely terrifying level. Even some ordinary Deva fifth blights might not be as strong as him too. Martial artists gained enlightenment on heavenly Tao through the divine soul. Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao comprehensions were extremely terrifying, so his understanding of the divine soul also far surpassed, said others. Although he did not know what these light dots were, he knew that this belongs to something in the divine soul. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he muttered to himself, I somewhat understand. The members of the divine race view these idols as G-O-D-S and respect them from the bottom of their hearts. It's because this thing was taken away from their divine souls. These idols stored so many light dots. What do they want to do? No, wait. The level of these idols is virtually comparable to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's just much more sinister than the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The 8 idols came to create such a powerful race. Just what's the origin of these idols? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more terrifying it felt. These idols were different from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain was neutral and did not have any attributes. But these idols extracted countless of a certain kind of power in the divine soul and stored it in this S-P-A-C. This looked like a huge scheme, no matter how he looked at it. Except, who was controlling all these? Yi Yuan suddenly felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him above the void, overlooking all life in the world. This sort of feeling made him S-H-I plus fur without being cold. Judging from the behavior earlier, Lier's nature wasn't wiped out. All of them, including Tianqing, have complete 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's just that their submissive wills toward these idols come from the bottom of their hearts. Most likely, the problem lies here. This place looks like a vessel. If I can break the idols and let these mysterious power return to their original bodies, can it make Lier turn back to her original appearance? Yi Yuan mused. Arriving here made Yi Yuan instantly link it to a lot of things. Since time immemorial, he was probably the first person who took the initiative to enter this S-P-A-C, including Tianqing, even he never entered before, because no one could disobey the divine race's will. Let alone could there be anyone who could defy the will of the 8 idols. Yi Yuan's provocation infuriated the 8 idols, making them take action against him, taking the initiative to suck himself into this S-P-A-C. Clearly, these 8 idols thought that after he arrived here, he would not be able to go out anymore. These idols did not seem to have their own will, but operated on their own according to some kind of will. Of course, even so, these 8 idols were extremely terrifying too. Existences on the same level as the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, it was terrifying even if it did not want to be. At least, Yi Yuan currently had no way of breaking the G-O-D statues. Rumble. Suddenly, this S-P-A-C had an insurrection. Beneath Yi Yuan's feet, B-A-L-L-S of terrifying flames leaped up. The flames rose very suddenly, completely surrounding Yi Yuan's divine soul all at once. An extremely strong burning sensation made Yi Yuan hurt until he gave you F fled groan. Ignorant ant, to dare provoke heaven's might. Today, the 8 extreme heavenly fire is sent down to refine you. Savor the taste of being burned by myriad fires well. In the void came a furious voice. This void was akin to a clap of thunder, shocking until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. Yi Yuan had never seen such a terrifying power before. This kind of power seemed to tower above all life. This CLUS, Tur flames had 8 colors, seemingly targeting the divine soul. The whole course of it was abnormally terrifying. Yi Yuan's divine soul felt like it was going to evaporate. Amen. Yi Yuan gave fled groan and fell to the ground, and started twitching painfully. The power of this flame was not a divine fire of the mortal world at all. With regards to the mortal world's divine fires, Yi Yuan could virtually use being immune to describe. He was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even the flames condensed by Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest too. But this 8 extreme heavenly fire, Yi Yuan was helpless against it. He could not control this flame at all. This flame's agony of being scorched, Yi Yuan had already forgotten how long he had not tasted it before. Pain, bone-penetratingly painful. From head to toe, every inch of Yi Yuan's skin was receiving the pain of immolation. Furthermore, this 8 extreme heavenly fire targeted the divine soul. That sort of pain penetrated even deeper into the bones. Yi Yuan revolved his soul force to the max, but it was still like trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Clouds of water vapor rose up from his body. Those were due to his soul force being evaporated by the 8 extreme heavenly fire. This 8 extreme heavenly fire was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's soul force was dissipating rapidly. Yi Yuan's figure gradually became illusory. Ha ha ha. Saw that? This is heaven's might. In front of heaven's might, not submitting, there's only death. That voice came out once more, appearing rather invigorated. Yi Yuan's consciousness started to become blurry. His divine soul already almost could not hold on anymore. Am I going to die? The opponent this time is too strong. He likely came from above the heaven-span world. If I die, what will happen to Lear? Is she going to keep on being enslaved by people? If I die, what about Lingxue? Her final wisp of spiritual consciousness is also extinguished. Plussing already. No, I can't die. So what if heaven's might? If you're heaven, then I'll poke through this heaven. You want to refine me. Isn't this a tempering to me? I am going to defy heaven. True gold isn't afraid of fire. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and slowly crawled to his feet. He sat cross-legged in the 8 extreme heavenly fire and actually completely opened up his divine soul. He was no longer using soul force to resist the flames. In an instant, his divine soul was directly burned until it was significantly more transparent. His agony also increased exponentially. Yi Yuan opening up his divine soul was equivalent to drawing the 8 extreme heavenly fire into his body, making every inch of the divine soul receive sanctification. This sort of agony was 10,000 times, 100,000 times than before. The expression on Yi Yuan's face was becoming contorted, but he still sat cross-legged, being motionless. He was controlling his divine soul, attempting to guide these 8 extreme heavenly fire. Didn't you want to refine me? Then I'll use your 8 extreme heavenly fire to temper my divine soul. Either succeed or die trying. This kind of heavenly fire that came from beyond the heavens, it normally could not be found at all. It was a calamity to Yi Yuan, but was it also not a lucky chance? Failing to pull through, everything naturally did not need to be discussed anymore. But if he pulled through, the benefits that Yi Yuan would obtain would also be unimaginable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan let out a burst of wild laughter as he said, "Ha ha! Great! Didn't you want to refine me? Not enough. Still not enough. Your 8 extreme heavenly fire is too weak. Still not enough to refine me. Is this your heaven's might? Too weak." Chapter 2455, Chaos, Origin, Divinity. Chapter 2455, Chaos, Origin, Divinity. Not enough. Still not enough. Too weak. Didn't you claim to be heaven's might? Are you tickling me? Come, 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 increase the heat. I want to see whether you can refine me or not. Ha ha ha. Great. Again. Within that S-P-A-C came Yi Yuan's loud laughter from time to time. This was not saying that Yi Yuan was not in pain. In reality, his pain was increasing manifold. Heaven's might was furious. The energy of the 8 extreme heavenly fire was also continuously increasing. Clearly, the 8 idols were truly enraged under Yi Yuan's triggering. But Yi Yuan did not care. Him yelling this pain out could disperse some agony of being burned instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul became weaker and weaker under the refinement of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. At this time, it already became very faint. But Yi Yuan was still incomparably stubborn. Humph! Stubborn fellow, see how long you can still last. Didn't you want to increase the power of the 8 extreme heavenly fire? I'll satisfy you. That voice came out again. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker and increasingly undetectable, until later on, his divine soul was already extremely faint, and only a faint outline could be seen. But that voice laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha! An ignorant ant also dares to have delusions of grandeur of resisting heaven's might. Weren't you shouting very merrily just now? Yell! Yell again!" But right at this time, that feeble divine soul of Yi Yuan's gradually shrunk and contracted again. In the end, it turned into a CLUS of faint gray fog. The gray fog became increasingly smaller. In the end, it became the same size as the other light dots. It was just that the color of this ball of gray fog was completely different from the other light dots. The other light dots had all kinds of colors and only did not have gray color. Ha! It's actually the gray color of chaos mind power. The quality is pretty good. In the void, that voice sounded out again, appearing rather excited. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That ball of gray fog actually started devouring the surrounding light dots. A small ball of gray fog actually started gradually becoming larger. The gray fog extended 4 tentacles and gradually turned into the 4 limbs of a human body and stretched ahead out again. A gray-robed Yi Yuan's outline gradually took shape. The gray-robed Yi Yuan was like a suction cup, absorbing the surrounding light dots crazily, and his body also became more and more solid. Rumble! The entire SPAC started trembling. Along with Yi Yuan's body becoming more and more solid, the vibration of SPAC became more and more intense. Until the end, there were actually signs of collapsing. Chaos, Origin, Divinity. This is impossible. How can you possibly condense a Chaos, Origin, Divinity? Not good. If he continues condensing, the divinity gathering SPAC will collapse. Brat, you really got off cheap. In the depths of SPAC came that person's panicked voice. The current Yi Yuan felt indescribably refreshed. He felt like he was almost floating up to the heaven. He really pulled through the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. Yi Yuan could feel that his divine soul became purer and purer under the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. unprecedentedly pure. This sort of purity he had to cultivate until D knows when before he could attain it. At this time, Yi Yuan felt that his divine soul was indescribably powerful, as if it could shatter this S.P.A.C. However, right then, he felt that his body was being involuntarily repelled by this S.P.A.C. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Progenitor Tianxing. That guy is too tyrannical. Yeah, progenitor. This guy won't give us any workable method at all. The entire heaven lineage's spiritual energy is absorbed by him alone. What the H-E-L are we still cultivating for? In front of Tianxing, a group of heaven lineage powerhouses was extremely indignant. It had already been a year in a blink of an eye. The gray pupil, Yi Yuan, already incurred the wrath of the entire heaven lineage. He did not care about others when he cultivated, although the heaven lineage's powerhouses already avoided him and went to other places to cultivate. The commotion of gray-robed Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too big. Furthermore, it got bigger and bigger. Gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation was completely a plundering style cultivation. When he cultivated alone, he absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the proximity. In the beginning, heaven lineage's powerhouses were reluctant to give in and wanted to compete with the gray pupil Yi Yuan. But they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they absorbed the spiritual energy around, they could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. Progenitor Tianqing gave the order for everyone to stay far away from this fellow. So everyone could not take action against him. But plundering resources was okay, right? Hence, since one person could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan, a whole group of people then, the younger generation could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan, then the progenitors go. However, they discovered to their dismay that the gray pupil Yi Yuan's plundering of spiritual energy was completely unreasonable. Even if the progenitors joined the great battle of wresting spiritual energy, they still could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. The divine race's requirement for spiritual energy was not considered high. They primarily used it to nourish the physical body and nurture the divine soul. But they could not do without spiritual energy either. Yi Yuan absorbed all of the spiritual energy around the proximity to this mountain in one go. What the H-E-L were the others still cultivating for? Hence, everyone ran in front of progenitor Tianxing to complain. There was no way to live. At this time, a large group surrounded progenitor Tianxing, making a din until his head hurt. Progenitor Tianxing's expression was very ugly too, and he said in a solemn voice, all right, stop making noise. This ancestor got it. I'll go and see progenitor Tianxing now and ask him what to do." Before long, an unrivaled aura flew out of the ancestral land and landed on profound Heaven Ridge. When the group of divine race members saw this scene, they were excited to the extreme. Ha! Progenitor Tianqing finally made a move. His elderly self finally can't stand it anymore. This brat is dead for sure. See if he still dares to be so arrogant. Freaking H-E-L. Your father has never seen before such tyrannical cultivation. No matter how we try to absorb spiritual energy away from him, we couldn't beat him. Tianqing landed not far from the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you here waiting for him to come out?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster than Yi Yuan's. This 1 year's time, his plundering style cultivation already reached the bottleneck of the middle stage creation realm. The chaos world within his body had already begun to take shape. Just a step more, and he would be able to break through the bottleneck. It was also precisely because of this that he had been absorbing spiritual energy even more crazily during this period of time, so as to enrich the chaos world. Seeing Tian Qing arrive, the gray pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion as he said, "You want to say that he can't come out anymore?" Tian Qing stood with his hands behind his back as he smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that so? He offended heaven's might and was punished by the divinities. It's absolutely impossible to come out anymore. You obtain the physical body. Isn't it perfect?" The gray pupil, Yi Yuan, looked at Tian Qing like looking at a fool and said, "Are you stupid? He's the main soul. If he's dead, can I still exist in this world? Are you done talking rubbish? If you're done, get lost. Don't delay my breakthrough." The gray pupil, Yi Yuan's words did not show the least bit of mercy. Furthermore, his voice was extremely loud, the voice spreading all over the heaven lineage. Tian Qing's expression instantly became incredibly dark. A piercing, cold-killing intent emitted from his body. This gray pupil, Yi Yuan, was not cute at all. Chapter 2456, Don't Dare to Keep Me Around. Chapter 2456, Don't Dare to Keep Me Around. Freaking H-E-L-L. Even if the uncle can tolerate it, the aunt can't endure it. This punk actually dared to even scold Lord Tian Qing. He's actually making Lord Tian Qing get lost. Lord Tian Qing, kill him. What on earth is Lord Tian Qing afraid of? In this world, apart from Tao ancestors, who else can make Lord Tian Qing fearful? After the death-like silence, the entire heaven lineage exploded. The heaven lineage's powerhouses were all filled with righteous indignation, furious to the extreme. Tian Qing was the G-O-D in their hearts, the divine race's one and only 10 marks powerhouse. This guy actually dared to make him get lost. Tian Qing's expression flickered indeterminately, similarly Wisconsin H.I. plussing to smack the gray pupil Yi Yuan to death with one slap. But he knew the consequences of smacking this slap down. This boy was about to break through right away. If really annoyed him, he reckoned that even late-stage 9 marks would not be able to survive. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Tian Qing frowned and said, "You aren't going to transcend the blight tribulation. What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" After calming down, Tian Qing suddenly thought of something and could not resist asking. The current commotion was completely not the scene of transcending the Deva blight tribulation. He suddenly remembered those words that Dameld said after he was rescued. At that time, he did not pay attention to it yet, but now he discovered that something seemed to be a little off about Yi Yuan. The gray pupil Yi Yuan gave Tian Qing a glance coldly again and said impatiently, "Are you stupid? If I'm transcending the Deva blight tribulation, will I do it right under your eyelids? As for what cultivation method I'm cultivating, you don't need to care. You just have to know it's very strong." Tian Qing was speechless. Spiritual energy surged. The gray pupil Yi Yuan already reached the critical moment of breakthrough. "Hence," he said coldly again, "still not getting lost? Do you want me to kill people while breaking through?" Tian Qing could not let out a single word. This gray pupil, Yi Yuan, was really not cute at all. Tian Qing turned around angrily and left, making everyone's jaws drop, including progenitor Tian Qing. His eyes were almost popping out. Lord Tian Qing was cussed out by a human junior and actually turned around and left without even letting out a fart. Was this still the Lord Tian Qing that they know? Tian Qing turned his nose up at the world and was peerlessly unparalleled, fighting through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When had he been scolded like this by someone before? Immediately, a sense of humiliation rose up in the hearts of each divine race powerhouse. Seeing Tian Qing come over, Tian Qing went up to receive and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Lord Tian Qing, this Just why is this? Tianqing let out a sigh and said, I can't kill him, but he can kill you all. This person is ruthless. If we provoke this person, he'll kill off the heaven lineage. His Tianqing drew a cold breath and said with a shocked face, in that case, the news that came from the human race is true? As the heaven lineage's upper echelon, progenitor Tianqing naturally knew about Yi Yuan's affairs. At first, he felt that the likelihood of this matter being rumors Ling was greater. How could someone possibly escape from under the hands of the 9 great Tao ancestors? Even if it was the eternal Saint Azure, it would not work too. Tianqing nodded his head slightly and said, I've already confirmed it. Furthermore, his main soul was sucked away by the 8 extreme divinities. Right now, this D knows what the this existence doesn't have the slightest feeling. He's more tricky than that one. When the surrounding powerhouses heard this scene, each and every one of them was unbelievably shocked. There was actually such a monstrous person in this world. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing actually really made a move before already. More importantly, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. No wonder progenitor Tianqing would issue such an order. Progenitor Tianxian's complexion was ashen as he said, This guy is also too strange. His divine soul was sucked away, and another divine soul actually appeared again. Also, the cultivation method that he cultivates actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation. No wonder there would be that kind of rumor. The rumor that he was talking about was naturally referring to Yi Yuan being able to break the shackles of Tao ancestor. Judging from the current situation, it was really not impossible. Tianqing's brows also furrowed slightly, the staunchness in his heart suddenly weakening that tiny trace. He originally did not believe that Yi Yuan could him. But now, the strangeness that Yi Yuan exhibited really made people feel lacking in confidence. But right at this time, Yi Yuan started breaking through. The berserk spiritual energy seemed like a surging tsunami, rolling over toward the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan. A storm raged fiercely. However, the gray pupil Yi Yuan did not refuse any. No matter how much spiritual energy surged over, he accepted it all. With regards to the 9th level of the Chaos Heavenspan canon, creation realm and its spiritual energy absorption, it made one's hair stand on end. Inside the chaos world, the architecture of mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars became clearer and increasingly brighter. When Tianqing and the rest of the divine race saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They had once ruled the Heavenspan world and understood the human race's cultivation method extremely well. It was just that they searched through their memories and also could not find which human major power had such a heaven-shocking breakthrough effect. If not Deva realm, then what on earth was it? Tianqing's brows were knitted tightly, and he murmured, His world power is so strong. Although his world domain isn't big, this progenitor actually has a feeling of facing the divinities. Tianqing's comprehension of heavenly Tao was extremely deep. There was likely no one who could him in this world. Even Tao ancestors could not as well. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the world power that Yi Yuan released. Yi Yuan breaking through, the power of the world spread out, making him have a feeling of facing heaven. He never had this kind of feeling before. Progenitor Tianqing's expression changed greatly, and he said, This is impossible, right? How can someone possibly reach the height of the divinities in this world? Tianqing shook his head slightly and said, Perhaps it's my misconception. However, his cultivation method is indeed very strange. He actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, after breaking through this time, I'm afraid that ordinary late stage 9 marks won't be his match anymore too. Rumble. All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. This SPAC actually started shaking violently. Progenitor Tianxing's expression changed, and he turned to look in the direction of the ancestral land. What's going on here? Tianxing's expression became even uglier, and he said absent-mindedly, "It's the direction of the ancestral land." See, could it be that he really came out? How is this possible? He had lived for countless years and experienced countless things, but all of it added up was also not as shocking as what he had experienced in this past 1 year. Swaz. Plus a blurry gray figure came whizzing from the direction of the ancestral land. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing not far from Tianxing. Tianxing's expression became extremely solemn, looking at the gray figure in front of him with a frown. He actually could not quite see through this divine soul in front of him. It was clearly Yi Yuan's divine soul in front of him, but it was completely different from before. As for the specifics of what the difference was, he could not put it into words as well, but it was just different. You really came out. How did you do it? Tianxing said in shock. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "That guy didn't dare to keep me around, and he forcibly chased me out." Chapter 2457. You liar. Chapter 2457. You liar. The corners of Tianxing's mouth twitched slightly, unhappy inwardly. Brag. Just you brag. You're already boasting to the skies. If I believe you, this progenitor would lose. To be able to escape from under the hands of the 8 extreme divinities, Tianxing had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan was very impressive. Yi Yuan exceeded his expectations too much. It was just that, not daring to keep him around. However, what was the deal with Yi Yuan's divine soul? Tianxing discovered that Yi Yuan's divine soul seemed very different from before. He did not know what was going on, but in terms of quality, this divine soul could be rated as perfect. Even his divine soul was also far worse compared to Yi Yuan's. What on earth did this boy experience? Who's that guy that you're talking about? Tianxing said with a frown. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't know, some rambling guy, but he was really very formidable. He almost refined me to death. But very sadly, he didn't refine me to death, and he let my divine essence metamorphosed instead. Oh, right. He called my divine soul as Chaos Origin Divinity. Do you know what it is?" Tianxing had a blank look as he shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Yi Yuan stopped paying attention to him, but then he turned to look in the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said in slight surprise, "This guy has done a good job. Broke through so quickly." Over there, spiritual energy roiled. Yi Yuan saw that his cultivation realm was currently rising rapidly, salting the middle stage creation realm. It looked like he was about to break through. Tianxing looked at Yi Yuan's divine soul, killing intent suddenly arising in his heart. His understanding of Yi Yuan before was limited to the information that came from the front. But this time, he had crossed swords with Yi Yuan several times, and he already felt tremendous pressure. He had never encountered this kind of pressure since he corroborated his Tao, even when he encountered Grand Ancestor SPAC Team back then, and was exiled to SPAC Team Turbulence. It never appeared before too. This boy could not be let alive. Yi Yuan was currently looking at himself with all his attention, seemingly oblivious to him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was currently in his divine soul body, so he should not be able to execute that bizarre evasion technique. Plus, the gray pupil Yi Yuan said previously, as long as the main soul was killed, the gray pupil Yi Yuan would die too. Then now was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Yi Yuan. No opportunity was better than now. Missing this time, wanting to kill Yi Yuan again would likely be very, very difficult. How powerful was Tianqing? He hid his killing intent extremely well, but was already ACCU, mulating strength in secret. The moment he made his move, it would be earth-shattering. Divine soul leaving the body was a major taboo to human powerhouses. Although the divine soul was strong, it could not withstand the ravaging of the opponent at all. Once the divine soul was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly committing a huge mistake right now, but right at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to have a feeling and suddenly turned to look at Tianqing and said with a smile, "You want to kill me?" Tianqing was greatly astonished inwardly. He thought that he hid it extremely well. How could it possibly be discovered by Yi Yuan? But now that it came to this, how could Tianqing still show mercy? Only to see a formidable power instantly burst forth, Tianqing threw a punch out fiercely. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing would actually make a move at this time. He was still talking in a jovial manner a moment ago, but in the next second, he dealt a deadly blow. But the eyes of the heaven lineage powerhouses all revealed excitement. Lord Tianqing finally could not stand it and made a move. Currently, outside the ancestral land, without the enchantment of the 8G, OD statues, SPAC was fragile like paper. With Tianqing throwing a punch out, SPAC shattered into pieces like GLA. Those spatial turbulent flows were directly squeezed and receded like the tide. A terrifying force directly threw the entire heaven lineage territory into an upheaval. This was the might of 10 marks. At this moment, it was as if the doomsday battle had reappeared. The entire profound heaven ridge was caved in by Tianqing. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, his figure suddenly disappearing, avoiding this blow. Yi Yuan's divine soul was directly blown up under this terrifying punch. The gray divine soul fragments scattered flying along with the spatial turbulent flow. It looked like he was already beyond dead. When the gray pupil Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. A piercing, cold-killing intent instantly covered the entire heaven lineage. At this time, he already just broke through to the middle stage creation realm. Although he had not consolidated his cultivation realm yet, his strength already improved greatly. His divine soul left the body and still dared to be arrogant in front of this progenitor. "Brat, farewell forever," Tianqing said with a loud laugh. Seeing Yi Yuan's divine soul get shattered, Tianqing felt indescribably invigorated. With this, future troubles had been severed forever. What did I say? This punk actually dared to be arrogant in front of Lord Tianqing, really seeking death. Divine soul-shattering. This guy is deader than dead. With this, who else is my divine race's match? King H. EL. Your father was really aggrieved to the extreme in this 1 year. With this, it finally feels refres. I+ing. When the heaven lineage powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. The gray pupil Yi Yuan turned the heaven lineage upside down in this 1 year. They had no way of cultivating normally at all. With this, they finally found the delight of having taken revenge. Suddenly, Tianqing felt that something was not quite right. A piercing, cold killing intent engulfed profound heaven ridge. The main soul has already completely dissipated. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Could it be that he can still linger on with a last breath of life for a period of time? Not good. His voice had yet to fade when the gray pupil Yi Yuan already suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Uft, uft, uft. In a blink, more than 10 heaven lineage powerhouses already died under the gray pupil Yi Yuan's sword. The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when he acted. He was terrifyingly calm, his calculation ability powerful to the extreme. The moment he made his move, it was completely too late for Tianqing to save. I warned you, but you didn't seem to have listened to my words at all. Since that's the case, bear the consequences, then. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's callous to the extreme voice came over as he murdered the people one by one. One life after another withered away under his hands. The current gray pupil Yi Yuan already broke through to the middle stage creation realm. His strength was sufficient to eradicate late-stage 9 marks powerhouses. Apart from Tianqing and a few others, who else was his match? Tianqing's expression changed wildly and suddenly pounced over towards the gray pupil Yi Yuan. But how could he capture the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure? The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not only have a bizarre movement technique. His calculation ability was also extremely powerful, not giving Tianqing the slightest chance to get close at all. In just a blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of 8 marks and 9 marks powerhouses who died under Yi Yuan's sword. You liar! Didn't you say that if the main soul dies, you'll die too? Why are you completely fine? Tianqing said with a roar. But the gray pupil Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Once the gray pupil Yi Yuan's killing spree started, the entire heaven lineage fell into chaos. Everyone scattered and fled, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. Tianqing's expression changed greatly. A clever idea hit him in an emergency, and he roared wildly, "Don't run! Everyone come to me!" After the divine race powerhouses heard that, only then did they feel like they woke up from a dream, drawing close to his side one after another. But how could their speed be as fast as the gray pupil Yi Yuan? The gray pupil Yi Yuan was still reaping the lives of the heaven lineage powerhouses without restraint. Tianqing's heart was dripping blood, but he could not move. Once he moved, the divine race powerhouses that finally managed to gather around him would become the target of being slaughtered again.